gonna play a song while we send this out. One more song. One more. I just heard this for the first time today. This is fire. No.
Since I've been gone, niggas all in my track, gotta give me that back. Thinking I'm gonna take a L, give it to me, I be giving that back. Yeah. Approach me aggressive, I bet you time 10, you be getting that back. Back like I left something big. Say my name, put some respect on that shit. Don't you misconstrue me, cause I'm shooting movie. Drop an album when I get the time to do it. Legendary, and I'm still young, still getting a figure deal done. Okay, yeah, I see you dropping a little song, bought some new chains, and you feel strong. But the fact remain, little homie, keep putting on, I'ma do you real wrong. Get your shit together, nigga, you know better, you a lightweight, and I'm a sumo wrestler. Nigga, cross that line, nigga, who won't get you? And I ain't even gotta be in the room with you. I been doing this shit for true religion. Stacking in money, my new religion. Wait a minute, guess you ain't in tune, this. Niggas ain't still barking at the moon, this. I'm still on the hill, in my lip, out in hat, no disrespect, tolerated, very elected. Multi-millionaire, 11th grade, never passed that. Get it out the mud, know your worth, then you add tax. Since I've been gone, niggas all in my track, gotta give me that back. Thinking I'm gonna take a L, give it to me, I be giving that back. Approach me aggressive, I bet you time 10, you be getting that back. Back like I left something big. Say my name, put some respect on that shit. From the inner city to the outskirts, turn the white work into housework, yeah. Base slab so solid, junkie body, make it mouth hurt. From the underworld to the upper level, rubbing elbows, doing deal with them. The other blanks, more Cubans of the world, partner, you can't even deal with them. Man, they just be wanting me to chill with them. All I do is keep it real with them. Find a way to design a plane, preferably with 2 or 3 meal in it. Yeah. My life, motherfucking movie, somebody ought to be filming it. Shit. And the ending when it's time to cross that bridge, I deal with it, you know. Jump, 12 years old, all the port, on the ad, fought big rich, big reward, just avoid, get your head caught, read, up and flip, till you rich, for a lifetime. Then they fuck whoever think it's their time, ho, I'm back in this big, gotta have mine, yeah. Since I've been gone, niggas all in my track, gotta give me that back. Yeah. Thinking I'm gonna take a L, give it to me, I be giving that back. Yeah. Approach me aggressive, I bet you time 10, you be getting that back. Back like I left something big, say my name, put some respect on that shit.
I gotta tell you, Tip, your neck look like a old bitch pussy during the pandemic. I said, if this nigga don't cut that grandma pussy off his chin. I was like, Tip, neck look like my ass when I can't shave it.
Oh my God. All right. Happy Black History Month. There's some... All right, I'm gonna watch this Matt Walsh documentary because I like Matt Walsh. A lot of people hate on him. I don't. I think he's based. Except he's Daily Wire. He's shackled by he's the Daily Wire Goyim. Get on your job. I was at a T.I. concert once, and the sound system broke. And but his mic was working, but the music wasn't playing. He's like, sound man, better get on your job. Sound man, go and get on your job. Audio tech, get on your job. Speaker man, better get on your job. Anyway, but whether you like Matt Walsh or not, his documentaries are great. And this one's only 40 minutes, so it's not like a full-length movie documentary, but it's about slavery. And it's Black History Month. Black History Month's almost over. So, I didn't even talk about Valentine's Day this year. Usually on my Monday night show on Valentine's Day, I talk about St. Valentine's and the Christian origins of Valentine's Day. And I forgot to do that this year. But who cares? Valentine's Day is for simps. No, that's not true. Valentine's Day is for Christians. But notice I don't got no beer. I got dang sparkling water and coffee. It's Lent. I got to at least try to do something. I also haven't eaten last time I ate was 2 a.m. So if I don't eat again until later tonight while I'm streaming, that'll be a 24-hour no food. I gotta lose some weight, man. My belly's getting huge. It's crazy. Lent. Yes, Lent. My freaking one of my managers said, because usually I have like an Under Armour shirt when it's cold, and then I wear a t-shirt over it because it's like skin tight. But I forgot the t-shirt today, so I had my hoodie and I had the Under Armour shirt, and I got hot, so I took off the hoodie, so I had this like skin tight undershirt on. And one of my managers is like, "Dang, Josh, you need to lose some weight. You getting fat. You got that belly going." And I was like, "Yeah. Thanks, bud. I know. Cool. Glad you pointed that out, Captain Obvious." It's like when you got a big ass zit and somebody's like, "Hey man, you got a zit on your nose." Yeah, I know. Thanks. Maybe everybody should call attention to it. Anyway, so Matt Walsh thing, we're gonna do Borderlands, but before I do that, I need to connect my Shopify. What do we got left on the Shopify for the trial period? I think we got like a month left. I'm thinking the merch stuff is going to be a limited time run until we can figure out how to do it without paying a subscription fee. So, get your merch while you still can. Why is your audience so small? You are indeed a saint among men. I don't know about that. I don't know, man. People can't handle the truth. That's why. Usually there's a few more people in here. But yeah, it is small. I know. Yeah, we're about to gotta say bye. Me? I did that. These 2 steps I might fit a pray by. Try me, and does anybody get it? Like everybody want to catch about it, did they hit the studio and rap about it? Now, hopefully they'll let me watch this on YouTube. And we'll start the game up here in a little bit. Hold on, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, Matt Walsh. See, everybody want to catch about it, did they hit the studio and rap about it? Got a future.
Have waged a
Whoa, that was loud. Okay. Let me go to this overlay. We'll go right Shaw. Oh, I was like, why can't I see it? It's because the screen is black. Yeah, wasn't about to get a say by me. And did that. Missed 2 steps, I might fit a pray by. Try me, and does anybody get that? Okay, cool. Now we're ready. We'll play this while I do my Shopify dealio. This might be good. Now, I don't think he's going to teach me anything I didn't already know. I've been talking about this stuff for years. Other people have been talking about it for years. Everything we know about slavery is revisionist BS history. The white man did not pull up on the shores of Africa and just start hunting down some black people because we hated black people. That's not what happened. Black rulers were capturing other black tribes, selling them to Arabs and selling them all of the four major slave trades. I forget what they're called. There's the East Atlantic slave trade, the Southern slave trade, the Egyptian slave trade, and the Mediterranean slave trade, I believe. There's four major slave trades. They were all ran by black people. I did a show years ago, like 3 years ago, where I went in depth into all the four major slave trades and who ran them. The only one that you could argue wasn't black ran would be the Egyptian one. But if you listen to Freddie, the Egyptians were black, so those two. So all the major slave trades were ran by black people, and they were selling black people. And honestly, I think that it was a blessing if you got bought. If you were captured and you were being sold as a slave, if you could see the future, you would be praying to go to America. It was a blessing. It was actually the best thing that could have happened to them, because if they would have got sold to Asia, they would have been tortured and they would have been working in rice fields until they died. If they would have went to the Middle East, they would have been castrated and worked in the desert heat. If you go to America, you get put up in a little house on a river. You get to eat cakes at your campfire, and you pick cotton. It's not that difficult. Sure, it gets kind of hot in Georgia and the South, Alabama and stuff, but it's not as hot as the desert in the Middle East. So, and then they get freed, and then they get to live in America. And everything they tell us about Abraham Lincoln was racist and a mug. Abraham Lincoln was a white supremacist. He wanted to make colonies to send all the slaves that we had brought here to Africa, back to Africa. They successfully made Liberia. They sent a bunch of blacks, former slaves, and a bunch of white prostitute women to Liberia. So you get sent back home to your own America-backed country in Africa with a white prostitute woman? That's a good deal. And he was going to do more, but he got executed. Or assassinated. But yeah, Abraham Lincoln was not some like I love black people guy. He said that if he could have ended the Civil War without ending slavery, he would have. You either is or you ain't. You can't be both. And we're about to gotta say bye. Me? I'm gonna put a little goal up. 10 super chats, any amount. 3 hours. That's about how long I'll be streaming. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff we were lied to about. Rosa Parks was not some poor black woman who was like, I'm just tired. I'm not going to the back of the bus. I've been working hard and I'm tired. That's not what happened. What happened is Claudette Colvin, who was 16 at the time, was supposed to do that. This was an NAACP plan. It was pre-civil rights movement NAACP plot that they put together, and the face of it was going to be Claudette Colvin. She was 16 years old at the time, so they were using a minor, which is a typical strategy of Democrats. And well, this is before. Well, the NAACP was a bit Democratic, but socialist, Marxists. This idea that how to protest and all this stuff from Saul Alinsky, a Jewish guy, by the way. Claudette Colvin was going to be the face of it. And they would pick a minor, same way they use kids to protest now against ICE. They have kids coming out of school protesting against ICE. Same way Hitler had the Hitler Youth. It's a common tactic to use kids. We talked about the Sunshine Movement years ago. Or is it the Sunrise Movement? That was like 3 years ago, so I don't even remember. Sunrise Movement. I think it's the Sunrise Movement. But anyway, there's other groups like that go into public schools and they teach kids from a very young age how to protest. We've played videos of kids making signs in the classroom, protest signs, and then they practice marching in the hallways of the school. And now they got middle school and high school kids skipping class. If I would have done that, well, I did do that, but if I would have got caught doing that, I would have got arrested for truancy. But now it's encouraged. So they use the kids, right? They use the youth. So Claudette Colvin was going to be the face of this bus thing that the NAACP was planning. Claudette Colvin was going to say, I'm putting my foot down. I'm not going to the back of the bus. But you know what happened? Claudette Colvin got pregnant out of wedlock. And back then, that was very shameful. That was very, you don't do that. That's when they had shotgun weddings. If you got pregnant, before you tell anybody, you're getting married. Because it was very taboo. It was very shameful to get pregnant out of wedlock. Claudette Colvin was 16 years old. She got pregnant out of wedlock. So the NAACP couldn't use her as the face of the movement, even though it was her plan that she came up with and took it to them, and they were going to use her. She would have been famous. We would have been celebrating her. Instead, she gets no recognition for coming up with this. Now, granted, I don't think it was a good thing anyway in the first place. But it's kind of funny that the one who came up with the idea and brought it to the NAACP and was pushing it and planned it and did all the work doesn't get any recognition. Instead, Rosa Parks, who is the replacement for Claudette Colvin, gets all the recognition. And then people don't tell you that when they did the forced integration, at the time, there were multiple black-owned, all-black bus routes. There were buses that were owned by black people, and only black people would ride on those buses. And black people had their own businesses where only black people could go. As soon as they did forced immigration, guess what happened to all those black-owned bus drivers? They lost their jobs. They lost their jobs because whereas they only have one bus, now they're competing with these white-owned companies that have 20 buses. And now, because of forced immigration, all these black bus drivers lost their jobs. Now they're jobless. Oh, but we get to sit on the front of the bus, which nobody wants to sit on the front of the bus. You don't want to sit on the front of the bus when you're on a bus. You want to sit in the back of the bus. It's the best place to sit. Same with the movie theaters. You don't want to sit in a packed movie theater if there's a balcony. You want to go up to the balcony where it's quiet. You got space to yourself. You can kick it, The black people would get the balcony seats. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So this idea of forced immigration and Jim Crow was so horrible. If Jim Crow was so horrible, you should blame the Democrats because that was a Democrat plan. Slavery was so horrible. Well, how come there's hundreds of poems and letters written from slaves to their slave owners about how much they loved and respect their slave owners? How come there's so many slaves that after slavery ended stayed on the plantation? To this day, There's a guy, I forget his name, but JLP interviewed him. And he's like 90 years old. He's a politician. And he's black. Or no, he's not a... I think he is a politician. Anyway, he's like a 90-year-old black guy. He owns the plantation that his parents were slaves on. His parents were slaves there. Then he became a sharecropper. Once slavery ended, his family stayed on the plantation. And you know what they did? They worked for free. They worked for room and board, which is exactly what they were doing before slavery ended. The only difference was now they call it employment instead of slavery. Same exact thing. They stayed on the plantation and they worked for room and board. And then by the time later, eventually, he grows up on the plantation. He works the plantation with his parents, with his grandparents. And eventually, he buys the plantation from his previous slave owners. And he still lives there to this day. And he says he loved his slave owners. They were great. But people don't tell you those stories. People just tell you about the hot box and the whips. That was very rare. That was rare and stupid. Also, slavery would have naturally ended without the war because the industrialized North was crushing the South. Industrialization was happening, the Industrial Revolution, things like this. They didn't need slavery anymore. They came out with not tractors, but they came out with crop harvesters or whatever they're called. And eventually the John Deere tractor came out. And slavery was costly and ineffective. And the South was going poor. They talk about slaves weren't able to read. Like 90% of white people in the South weren't able to read. Nobody could read in the South. Everybody was poor in the South. The slave owners were losing money because of slavery. It was on its way out anyway. The Civil War is just the Democrats, at the time, people will say, they'll talk about the Southern swap and stuff. That's a lie. What happened is over time, people from the North, once slavery ended and then industrialization happens, these people are rich. They have money to move and buy land from the poor Southerners. The poor Southerners lose their slaves. Now they can't uphold their property. Their crops are dying. They can't make money. They're poor anyway. They don't know how to read. So the rich people in the North, the Democrats of the North, move to the South, or the Dixiecrats, or I'm flipping it around. But basically, it's not like the parties' ideologies swapped. The ideologies always stay the same. What happened is people moved to different areas. The geography switched. The Republican Party was a collaboration of black Southerners and white Southerners getting together and starting a party, and the Democrats hated that because they knew they weren't going to be able to win anymore. Then you get the civil rights movement. You get LBJ's Model Cities program, another Democrat, where you take the father out of the house and you marry the women to the government. Then you get Margaret Sanger putting 80% of the abortion clinics in urban environments to reduce the population of black people. Now you have like 1/3 of all black babies get killed. Something like 70% of black women who get pregnant get an abortion. It's crazy. If I donate, what car are you getting? I don't know yet. I'm going to figure it out once I get a little closer. I'd like to get an SUV or a truck. I don't know. But something not too expensive, but something reliable. For like $6,000. And I'm more than halfway there. And I started this in the beginning of January. It's almost the end of February. The plan is to get it by July, but may be able to get it by April. What's up, Serene Sensibility? Nice to see you. So anyway, I'm going to see if Matt Walsh, hits on all those things that I just said. But I've been talking about this stuff for years. I am a race relations expert, by the way. And you do not want to get in a race debate with me. I'm telling you. Ask Freddie, ask Jalen. Well, Freddie will say, nah, I'll whoop JS. But he knows. He knows I know my history, the real history, not the fake history that they've taught us, not the lies about racism. Racism isn't real. It's never been real. Slavery was about profit. It became unprofitable, and it was on its way out, regardless of the Civil War. The Civil War wasn't even about slavery. Abraham Lincoln was a white supremacist, which doesn't mean he was racist. It just means, unless racism means love for your own people, but he didn't. He wanted to send the black people home. Reparations. You got the greatest reparations in history. You got taken out of Africa and brought to America. That's your reparations. You got welfare. That's your reparations. That's a bad thing, by the way. The Tulsa riots, which they renamed, they reopened and re-examined the case in, I believe it was 2020, because of the BLM stuff going on. And they relabeled, they rewrote history. They memory hold everybody, and they rewrote history, and they renamed the Tulsa riots the Tulsa Race Massacre. And they said that a bunch of white people were just killing black people. That's not what happened. Two groups of people fought each other, and people died. White people died, and black people died. And then the story about Emmett Till. We've been hearing about Emmett Till for 100 years. We forget about Irina Zaruska in 2 months. But 100 years later, we're still talking about Emmett Till. And by the way, I think it's very likely that Emmett Till did grape that girl or sexually assault her. Now, they'll tell you, no, he just whistled at her. He whistled at her in an elevator, and then they lynched him. Okay, that's the story they tell us. But how do you know that he didn't actually sexually assault her? Do you know? Have you listened to her deposition? Have you read her deposition? They'll say that racist white girl was lying and all those racist white people were wrong. What's more likely? What's more likely, that everybody was lying just to kill some black guy, or the black guy licked his lips and whistled at her and smacked her on the ass? Have you ever hung out around? I have. And they're very, dude, me and my ex lived in a house with a bunch of black people at one time. It was a trap house, but anyway, there was this one huge black guy. He was like 8 feet tall. No, he was like 6'6". There was another. Now, hold on. This story is gonna sound like I'm being mean to black people, but it's gonna get better by the end. So his name was Q, and he used to come into my bedroom where me and at the time my wife were, and he would just sit down in the chair, because he's got like 100 pounds and like a foot taller than me, and he's black. So this dude's like a monster. He knew he could whoop my ass. I knew he could whoop my ass. And also, we weren't paying rent for the room. We were just being allowed to use a room in the back. So it wasn't technically our room. So he just thought he could come in. He would sit there and lick his lips. Hold on, let me show you on the big screen. I gotta demonstrate for you like this. And he'd be wearing basketball shorts, okay? He put his hand down his basketball shorts, and you just see. Yeah. And that's common. Okay? That's common. I've been in the hood. I've been in every hood. All across the country. I've been in every hood. I know what I'm talking about. And one day I get sick of it. And I had my dreadlocks at the time. And we're in the hallway and we're yelling. Now, there's another black guy that lives in another room. And he pays rent. So this is his room. Nobody goes and messes with him. His name was Sheridan. And he was an awesome dude. He was but he was a big boy too. He was the same height as Q, but thicker. Q was more thin and muscular, just like jacked and muscular. But Sheridan was, he wasn't fat, but he was thick and big. And everybody hated Q. Nobody wanted him there. But he was family with the people who owned the place, so they'd let him sleep on the couch. And he had just got out of jail. This guy was a real jerk, basically. Anyway, one day I get fed up with it because he's like touching himself in front of my wife. And I'm like, nah, dude, I'm fucking done. We're fighting. And we're in the hallway. We start yelling at each other. And I'm like, let's go. And I run at him. You know, I throw my setup and I run at him. I throw a couple shots. I know this dude's going to whoop my ass. But whatever. You know, I ain't never been scared. So I go at him. He grabs my hair and starts pulling my hair and yanking me around. And he gets me by the neck and he gets me in a chokehold. And grabs my hair like a bitch would do. That's a bitch move, by the way. If you get in a fight with a guy with long hair and you start pulling his hair, you're a bitch. I don't care how big you are. You're a bitch. He starts pulling my hair and he gets my neck. Sheridan comes out of his room and Sheridan grabs him, yanks him off me and says, "We're all sick of you." And they start fighting. Sheridan whoops his ass. And then afterwards, we're all sitting and he leaves. They're like, "You got to go, dude. You got to go." Q leaves and we're all sitting around. Everybody's there and we're circled around. And everybody's like, "Damn, what happened?" And I thought I was going to, that probably did lead to why my teeth ended up getting busted out in the front. If you watch my old videos, there used to be a big old gap in my teeth that I had to get fixed. But that probably had a lot to do with it because he hit me in the mouth and it jacked it. And so I'm like, they're all like, "You okay? You okay?" I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm just worried I'm gonna lose my tooth because it was really sore." And I was like, plus I think he's a bitch because he pulled my hair. Like it would have actually been, fight like a man, dude. I know it's a street fight, so it is what it is. Everything's fair in a street fight, I guess, but it's still a bitch move. But everybody's like, "Yeah, you kind of got your ass whooped there, Josh, but I'm gonna be honest. You got balls of steel, dude." Because this dude was big and nobody wanted to mess with him except for Sheridan, but Sheridan was a real peaceful guy. Um, they're like, "Dude, you got balls." And I was like, "Well, I can only put up with so much." Now, to be fair, I'm probably about 50 pounds heavier now. At the time, I was not in the best stage in my life, but I was skinnier. Now I have a lot more weight on me, but plus I didn't sleep a lot back then, if you catch my drift. But yeah, everybody's like, "Well, one thing we can say, Josh ain't scared of nothing." And I was like, I don't know if it's that I have balls or maybe I'm just stupid, but yeah, even if I know I'm gonna lose, I ain't gonna back down. But anyway, my point is, that's a decent dude, a great dude. Sheridan was an awesome guy, and a piece of shit. And they're both black. So it's not about a race thing, but it is very common for these guys to be very openly like sexual towards women, they'll be on the subway and they'll just be like jerking it. They'll whip out their junk and licking always. And so, do I think it's possible that Emmett Till did something sexual to that girl in the elevator? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's very possible. And he got lynched. Whether it was right or wrong, why are we still talking about it 100 years later? But we don't talk about the knockout games. We don't talk about white women getting raped and beat down in the street. Old people. An old guy got punched in the knocked out, gamed. His head hit the concrete and he died, like a 78-year-old man. And this happened like 2 years ago. Nobody remembers his name. Nobody talks about these people. We'll forget. We've already moved on from Irina Zarutska, and she's just one in a million. But we're still going to remember Emmett Till every year. It's retarded. It's dumb. And I think, I guess they call it black fatigue, but people are over it. So anyway, let's get to this. Let's see if Matt touches on any of this history.
For more than half a century, anti-American propagandists have waged a demoralization campaign against us. Generations of Americans have been force-fed lies designed to beat us into a state of submission and self-loathing. We've been taught to hate ourselves, to hate the West,
the white demon,
and to hate the figures, mostly white, mostly male, who built America. We're all familiar with their narrative. America is uniquely evil because of racism, slavery, colonialism, imperialism, and so on. They've waged intellectual warfare against our founding fathers and national heroes.
Oh, and by the way, it's kind of ironic. It's Black History Month. Jesse Jackson died this week. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. I'm not going to speak. Well, see, here's the thing. They say don't speak ill of the dead, but I'm going to speak ill on Monday about his life. It's not about, rest in peace. I'm not saying he deserves to go to hell or I hope he goes to nothing like that. God knows his heart. He was a reverend. But during his life, he is not a figure to be praised or, honored or anything like that. So happy Black History Month. Jesse Jackson, R.I.P.
They desecrated their reputations, tore down their statues. Their rewriting of history is such flagrant propaganda that would make Pravda blush. That doesn't mean that it's not pervasive or successful. One professor from the University of Wisconsin spent 11 years administering historical literacy tests to his students. He discovered that they overwhelmingly believed that slavery began in the U.S., was almost exclusively an American phenomenon.
Crazy.
A view shared, by the way, with at least one United States.
And they never talk about the Barbary pirates enslaving something like 1 million white people. And so these are Muslims, and they weren't enslaving them. So America was enslaving people for profit. Or not enslaving. America was buying slaves, not man stealing. Okay? Biblically, man stealing is wrong. Having a slave is not wrong. Buying a slave is not wrong. In fact, it could be right. Crazy fact. I never watched Reexamination's debate about this topic, but I wish I could have debated him on it. I don't know how it went, if he won or lost, or how the debate went. I never watched it. I only caught like 10 minutes of it. Maybe one of these days I need to go back and watch it. But my prompt would be slavery is neither moral nor immoral, or slavery is not inherently immoral. Slavery could be very moral. What's wrong is man stealing, is going to a country, finding the weakest people, capturing them, putting them in a cage, and then making them your slave. That's immoral. But buying a slave may be the most moral thing to do. If they're going to potentially be sold to somebody who's going to chop their junk off and then work them to death in a matter of months, and then just buy another one to replace them, or steal another one to replace them, the best thing you could do would be to purchase that slave and then treat them kindly. Treat them, love your slaves. Slaves love your master. And if you treat them the right way, they will love you. Also, if you make an investment, wouldn't you want, this sounds really bad, but if you bought a tractor, you wouldn't let it fall apart. You wouldn't hit it with a hammer. You wouldn't buy a tractor and beat it with a hammer. You would take care of it. You would keep it, you would keep it taken care of because you want it to work right. So if you buy a slave, you save them from being worked to death and their junk cut off. You bring them to a better place. You put them up in a house and you say, okay, here's the deal. I'll free you. I paid this much for you. You're going to work. You have a place to stay. You're going to get food. You're going to work off what I paid for you, and then I'm going to set you free. How is that immoral? I would say that's actually, you're giving them a blessing. That's actually a very righteous thing to do. But people can't wrap their minds around it because we've been told that the slavery is the worst tragedy ever to happen in history. Whatever, dude.
State senator who attended Harvard Law.
The United States didn't inherit slavery from anybody. We created it.
Despite almost total ignorance on the topic, one Washington Post poll found that a 67% majority of the public says the legacy of slavery affects American society today.
That question every black person gets, which is slavery was a long time ago. Why don't you get over it? How do you get over something that is as foundational to your society as anything can be foundational?
We've been told that the history of slavery is straightforward and uncontroversial.
Some 1619 Project BS.
We've been told that black slaves were mostly captured by whites, that white colonists in the Americas routinely enslaved free black men, and that more black people were enslaved than whites. And we've been told that we're not allowed to question any of that. Well, enough is enough. We're launching a monthly series setting the record straight on various historical topics. We'll give you the facts that the propagandists and idiot school teachers have left out of the mainstream curriculum. And we'll start today by taking on one of the central claims of modern anti-American mythology. This is the real history of slavery.
Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Historians and political pundits spend a lot of time talking about the transatlantic slave trade, the 350-year period in which an estimated 12.5 million slaves were brought to the Americas.
Yeah,
but what we don't learn in school is where those slaves actually went. Just under half of them, an estimated 5.4 million, went only to Brazil, and many more went to the Caribbean. 1.2 million went to Jamaica, more than 900,000 to St. Dominique, and 889,000 to Cuba. The grand total of slaves brought to the future United States was about half the number brought only to Cuba, 472,372, or 3% of the total. The ones who came to the 13 colonies.
And remember, that's just the transatlantic slave trade. There were three other major slave trades. They were shipping slaves from down in not Morocco, but what's South Africa? Down there, they were shipping slaves from down there, Egypt, and then there was the Mediterranean slave trade, which would go up to Europe.
Were the lucky ones. In the context of global slavery, getting put on a ship to New Orleans was really a best case scenario. Yeah. If you think American slavery was bad,
yeah, I guarantee you, dude, those 3% lucked out. Those 3% just won the best lottery you could ever win. I'd say the vast majority of all those other ones died and never had any furtherance of their generations. No lineage.
Wait until you see what happened to the ones who didn't make it here. And we'll show you that.
The documentary is called The Real History of Slavery. It's a couple days old. I've been waiting to watch it, so this is my first time watching it.
Over the course of this video. But first we start with a West African country you've likely never heard of, the Kingdom of Dahomey. Now, Dahomey was not a peripheral player in the Atlantic slave trade. It was central to it. The kingdom's wealth, its military power, and its cultural splendor were built entirely on the systematic
slaves.
capture, sale, and export of human beings. By the end of the kingdom, an estimated 1.9 million slaves came from West African coastline controlled by the Dahomey. The kingdom obtained its slaves by waging perpetual warfare upon its neighbors. In the 19th century, a Dahomean king named Gezo described the slave trade as the ruling principle of my people. It is the source of their glory and health. Their songs celebrate their victories.
Oh, Gezo out here getting rich off of his brothers.
And the mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. Now, in many cases, the Kingdom of Dahomey obtained these slaves by deploying an
That's Dahomey. That's Gezo Dahomey. Yo, I'm always going to remember that now. Shout out Gezo Dahomey.
female military unit called the Dahomey Amazons. They were the chief slave catchers of the empire. The Amazons would raid nearby towns and return with large contingents of slaves.
Yeah, don't forget to hit the like and send $1 if you got it. We got to hit this little goal we got.
Along with the heads of anyone who resisted. One missionary who visited the country in 1861 described some of Dahomey's soldiers as equipped with 3-foot-long straight razors, which they held two-handed, and which were supposedly capable of splitting a man into two halves.
Damn.
According to one historian, quote, when the Amazons walked out of the palace, they were preceded by a slave girl carrying a bell. Sound told every male to get out of their path, retire a certain distance, and look the other way. If the men didn't get out of the way, they stood a very good chance of being split in half. The Dahomey Amazons ran roughshod over the region.
That don't sound real, though. I don't think you can cut somebody in half with a spear. You got to be like Conan the Barbarian or dang Goliath.
An American missionary named Jacob Bauer discovered 18 depopulated towns over 60 miles near the territory of Dahomey. The death toll was massive. Gezo, the king we mentioned
Shout out Dahomey. Yo, pour one up for Dahomey.
earlier, built a palace called the Singboji, which used human skulls for bricks and human blood as mortar. His throne sat on the skull.
Dang, I should have done this as Juicy. Oh man, I'm missing a great opportunity. Maybe we'll make a video where I react to this as Juicy or react to clips from it.
Skulls of 4 enemy chiefs. Assuming you survived a Dahomey raid, which wasn't likely, and were taken captive, it was far preferable to be sold to Europeans than to remain in Dahomey. Slaves they couldn't sell or that they didn't want anymore were subjected to torture and public executions. That's because the Dahomeyans believed that they could communicate with the gods through human sacrifice. On average, they dispatched about 500 people a year.
So what's more moral? Buying that slave and then eventually setting them free and then like in the example of George Washington Carver, and this is just the most popular example. This happened all over the place. There's countless letters. The ones that could write and the ones that can read. By the way, who do you think taught them how to write and read? It wasn't the Dahomeyans. It wasn't Dahomeys. It was their white slave owners who taught them how to read and write. They would write letters about how much they loved their slave owners, like parents. They took care of them like parents. This was more common than torturing them with whips and locking them in the hot box, okay? And George Washington Carver is the greatest example of this. He was freed from slavery. His parents said, all right, we're going to try to go out and make a life for ourselves. But they got sick. I forget which one of them got sick, but one of them got sick. I think it was his mom. And they couldn't provide for themselves. So what did they do? They went back to the plantation. Their slave owners took them in and took care of his mother until she died. And then his father died, and then they raised him to be one of the greatest, most impactful Black Americans in history, George Washington Carver. Where do you think he learned all those different uses for the peanuts? Where do you think he developed crop rotation, which was very important after the Dust Bowl? Dust Bowl happened because they didn't know about crop rotation, and what would happen is the land would get dried up, and then a strong wind would cause dust to be everywhere, and then crops were dying, and they're like, what are we gonna do? The land is infertile. George Washington Carver, through working on a plantation, not as a slave, but as a grown free man who was raised by his slave owners after they took care of his mother while she was dying, and then he ends up figuring out crop rotations, potentially saving agriculture in the Midwest, that part of America, that desert region of America, that dry, arid regions in Texas and the Midwest and Kansas and places like this, where the flyover country, what they call, where you just drive through cornfields for miles and miles and miles and miles. That wouldn't exist if it weren't for George Washington Carver figuring out crop rotation, how to put nutrients back into the soil, nitrogen and stuff like that by rotating the crops. You use what's the word? Sorghums? No. So like even in my garden, I do it. I'll alternate a leafy fruiting thing like a tomato, and then I'll have rooting things like carrots or onions, and one of them puts nutrients that the tomato needs into the soil, and then you rotate them so that the soil stays fertile. If you just grow the same thing in the same spot all the time, it sucks all the nutrients out of the soil. George Washington Carver figures that out while he's a free man working on a plantation with his slave owners after his parents died. Then there's a very similar story with Booker T. Washington. Also, both named Washington after George Washington. That's their government name. That's their slave name. Nowadays, Black people will say, well, that's because that was their slave name. That was forced on them. No. Some of them chose those names. They respected that they were here. They appreciated that they weren't in Dahomey anymore, getting murdered and tortured.
Roughly 10% were killed at the annual custom, a yearly mass slaughter. In 1893, the Sacramento Daily Union reported, quote, hundreds are annually put to death with the most savage tortures. They are dismembered limb by limb. They are tied to posts, and hounds are set to worry them to death. They are securely fastened to the ground near the nests of the ferocious ants of the country that attack them and tear their flesh bit by bit away. The spectacle of a still living man with his body half-eaten by the ants being not infrequently seen. Near the royal palace, there are long avenues, and when the king desires to receive an embassy with unusual pomp, gibbets are erected, and on these are hung head downward dozens of hapless slaves, there to remain, guarded by the king's soldiers, until death puts an end to their sufferings. Even before the breath has left the body, however, the vulture, in Dahomey a sacred bird, begins his work, and the screams of the sufferers torn to pieces by
the sacred vulture. The vulture is their sacred bird. That's how you can tell somebody's uncivilized. We got a bald eagle, okay? And before the bald eagle, we were considering making the turkey our national bird. I think it might have been the national bird for a little while, but then it got changed to, or maybe they wanted to, I don't know, but we were going to do the turkey, but instead we settled on the eagle. Eagle's way cooler, by the way. The turkey's neck does look a little like a vagina, but that gobbler. But you ain't civilized if your state bird is a dang vulture. Vultures are disgusting animals. I used to do bird watching when I had a bird watching phase for like a year when I was in like 3rd grade. I got a camera for Christmas, and I had a photo album, and I would go out with my camera and some binoculars, and I would do bird watching. And the most common birds that I got pictures of was sandhill cranes, because they're all over the place in Florida, and you can get really close to them. So I'd get like right up next to a sandhill crane and be like snapping pictures of their head and stuff. And vultures. You could get pretty close to a vulture in Florida. But they're disgusting creatures. Like, just nasty looking. When you see them up close, they're all like, got like weird hairs coming out. And then if they're eating a carcass, they're scavengers, which is the most beta animal in the animal kingdom, is a scavenger. Except for hyenas. I love hyenas, but they're scavengers too, and they're nasty. For some reason, I like hyenas, probably because of the Lion King. But vultures are nasty animals. When they're eating a carcass, and then they're just like walking around, and they're covered in like blood and guts all over their face. They're gross, gross beasts. Turkey vultures. Yeah. But you know, the cool thing about a vulture is I think they're the longest glide of any animal. They, without flapping their wings, they can fly for like 2 days straight. They just slowly glide in circles to the ground, just watching a corpse. What a gross animal. Why would you make that your sacred beast? In the Bible, they're called ostriches.
The greedy birds render the vicinity of the palace hideous.
What is
Watching
this?
the art.
Get out of here.
Counts were an ironic outcome of European powers ending the slave trade decades earlier. Unsellable slaves were only useful as human sacrifices. But the annual mass execution festivals weren't even the most brutal event in Dahomey. According to the Sacramento Daily Union, they were, quote, far surpassed by...
No, crop rotation is different than tilling. Tilling, if you plant a cornfield, it's like this. If you have, you have 4 crops, and you have your corn, then you have your grain, then you have your, I don't know, radishes or something, and then you have another crop. And some of the things put so it's potassium, nitrogen, and NPK. It's the K doesn't start with a K though. I think it's nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate. I always forget the third one, but basically one is for rooting, one is for flowering, one is for leafy growth. And anyway, some plants need more of one of these minerals, and then some plants need more of others. So some plants will deplete all the nitrogen, but they'll put phosphate back into the ground. Some plants will deplete all the phosphate, but they'll put nitrogen back into the ground. So what you do is you'll have your corn, then you'll have your grain, then you'll have your potatoes, then you'll have your tomatoes or whatever, strawberries, let's say. Then the next season, you'll rotate all of them. So you'll move the corn over here, and you'll move the grain over here, and you'll move the potatoes over here, and you move the strawberries here. And then the next season, you rotate them again. And this way, you're constantly, what's the nutrients that are being depleted, or the nutrients, one nutrient's being depleted, one's being put back in, and then you rotate it, and now it's getting what the other one just put back in, it's taking out, and they're getting the ones that was put back in, and they're taking out a different one, and that way the soil always stays fertile instead of being depleted of nutrients. If you just grew corn in the same spot all the time, eventually there wouldn't be the right amount of nutrients for good growth. Nowadays, they don't have to do that anymore because they just spray it with chemicals. So that's why you'll see, like, if you drive through Kansas, it's just cornfields. You're like, Josh, they're not crop rotating in Kansas. Well, that's because they spray chemicals on everything. So they don't have to do that anymore.
By the scenes which take place when the new monarch is crowned. 500 to 1,000 men are put to death in order to provide the deceased king with a suitable retinue in the other world. Then, blood flows in streams. On the accession of a present ruler, So great was the number of those wantonly slain that a large trench was made in the ground in which a canoe was placed. The blood of the murdered men was conducted by conduits into the trench until its quantity.
Oh, it does start. Oh, I was right. It is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Or no, what I say, phosphate. NPK is nitrogen, phosphorus, and kalium. Kalium is potassium. So it's nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. But the potassium is also called kalium. So it's the NPK number. If you look at a fertilizer, you'll see on the bag, it'll have 3 numbers, and that's the NPK number. So if you have something, if you want something to fruit bigger, like a tomato, then you want to add more phosphorus. If you want something that is a leafy vegetable, like a lettuce, then you want more nitrogen. If you want something that is a rooting vegetable or something to have a strong stem, then you want potassium. And so you pick your fertilizer based off of what you're growing. But before they had fertilizers and chemicals, they did crop rotation, because plants will naturally do this. You don't actually need fertilizer. Plants take out and put these things into the soil naturally. It's almost like God, had a plan for things. But we like to play God, so we just make chemicals to do it instead.
Was sufficient to float the boat. This was the level of barbarism that defined the intra-African slave trade. The Dahomey literally sailed canoes in the blood of...
I took agriculture for 4 years in high school, so I'm a bit of a farm nerd. Even though I'm a city boy, I think I got a green thumb too. I can grow some dang vegetables.
Of their slaves. They butchered thousands of slaves as an offering to their king. Slavery and barbarism were a fundamental part of their culture. Now, it's worth noting here that although black Africans themselves did have slaves and routinely sold slaves, they weren't big players in the transoceanic transportation of slaves. They also didn't participate in the raids on the coast of Europe that we'll address later in this episode. That's because, quite frankly, they just didn't have the technology to do that. But that's never addressed by mainstream historians, nor are the details on the enslavers in Dahomey. Consider, for example, Ken Burns' recent PBS documentary on the American Revolution, where he uses passive voice to creatively...
Thank you, Spedre, for the $1. Let's go. 9 more, guys. Don't let Spedre one-up you. Somebody's got to send $2 now.
Skirt the question of who exactly did the enslaving.
Tens of thousands were from West Africa, captured from what is now Senegal, Gambia, and Gabon, Angola, Congo, and...
This is why Trump wanted to get rid of PBS, because it should be called purely bullshit. I just thought of that. Don't ever watch PBS. It stands for purely bullshit.
And the Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana.
It would be inconvenient for propagandists like Burns to point out that the slaves were already enslaved by other Africans, mostly women, by the way. That reality makes the white guilt narrative a little less straightforward. And if they did mention it, they'd also be obliged to point out another inconvenient fact, that the horrors of Dahomey ended in 1894 because French colonizers invaded the country and burned the royal palaces. The French, who freed their slaves in 1848, built hospitals, schools.
It wasn't hard to burn the palaces, by the way, because they were probably made out of sticks and grass and dirt.
Schools, instituted social services, mostly through Catholic missionaries. In other words, they brought civilization to some of the most savage people in human history.
Hey, $2! I was just talking about you, Reexamination. I was talking about the debate you did about slavery and how I need to watch it one of these days, because I think we would very much disagree on that topic. But I think I could convince you that that slavery is not inherently immoral. and that sometimes it's the most moral thing to do. But I think the guy that you debated, well, I don't know. I forget who you debated, but I bet you I could have done a better job of convincing you. I wouldn't even debate you. I would just convince you of that this is the way. I can show you the way. Dude, debate was a banger. Who was it against? I got to go watch it one of these days. My bad. Hey, Carlitos. Let's go. That's $3. Dude, if we keep doing this, then by the time we get to 10, it'll be like a lot of money.
This year, our sponsor, Pure Talk, is celebrating President's Day by giving you great wireless service for only $25 a month. Get unlimited talk, text, and plenty.
Aiden Linden. I don't know who that is. Yeah, that's a guy that you know, right? That's not a guy that comes on easy streams. That's a guy that you know. Or no, that's that one guy. In his picture, he looks like Charlie Chaplin, right? He's got like glasses and wears like a weird hat. Okay, I think I've seen him before. Is he a liberal? No, Aiden Linden is he's I think I know who that is. He's atheistic history buff. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of somebody different. He's not like a Groiper type guy, like a Fuentes fan. No, I'm thinking of somebody else. But yeah, I gotta watch that one day.
Plenty of data for the cost of only 1 or 2 meals out. No reason that's...
We're going to let the ad play because, I learned this from Asmongold, and he's successful. You got to study the best. If you're watching somebody's content, and they do an ad read. Now, if an ad pops up from YouTube, I'm going to skip it. But if you're watching somebody's content and they do an ad read, you should let the ad read play.
So wireless service needs...
Plus, you might want some wireless service. It's Black History Month. You might have an Obama phone. Maybe you should sign up for Pure Talk. Shout out Pure Talk. Give me a sponsorship. If you like Matt Walsh's content, you'll probably like mine. Even more. Maybe not. I'm a little more radical than him. I doubt you've heard my argument before. No, I haven't. But I forget what the topic was, but would you disagree with this prompt? Slavery is not inherently immoral. Would you disagree with that?
To be in the hundreds, so make the switch and feel better about your finances. The low price isn't the only...
Now, that doesn't mean that it's not ever immoral. That means it's not inherently immoral. It could be very, very immoral. It could be evil. It could be pure evil. But it could also be the right thing to do. Ring, 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 ring. Obama phone.
Perk either. You can feel good knowing your wireless company is based right here in the U.S. with an American customer service team and a passion for supporting veterans. Pure Talk uses the same towers as the big carriers, so enjoy superior 5G coverage without the inflated price. Just $25 a month for talk, text, and plenty of data. No contract, no cancellation fee. Go to puretalk.com/Walsh and you'll get 50% off your first month. Again, it's puretalk.com/Walsh to make the switch to Pure Talk. What do Snow White...
This is going to sound lame, but... And one of these days, I should probably fix this, but it's not like something I think about. Y'all are going to make fun of me, but my mom's been paying my phone bill for the last 10 years. because when I was homeless, when I was, a piece of crap druggie on the streets, I kind of burnt the bridge with my family, and then I didn't talk to him I talked to him rarely for 2 years. And then, and I never had a phone, you know, because I didn't have no money to pay for a phone. And they were like, once I started, getting stuff together, they're like, we're going to get you a phone and we're just going to put you on our family plan. And that way it doesn't cost them a lot to add me to the family plan. They already get unlimited everything for like 5 phones and they only had 4 phones. So they're like, we're going to get you a phone and just put you on our family plan. And then that way you can contact us or we can contact you if we need to. And so they did. And then that's just been the phone I've had forever. And I'm just on the plan and my mom pays the bill. So I don't know. One of these days she's going to cut me off. I'm like 38 and my mom pays my phone bill. I'm such a loser. But I don't think it costs them any extra. I think like it's already part of the plan that they can have up to 5 phones with unlimited everything. So, and I bought my phone. So I don't think it really adds anything. The best you could get me to say is it's the least worst scenario in a given situation. Okay, wait. Depends on how we're defining slavery. The best you could get me to say is it's the least worst scenario in a given situation. Well, that's better than nothing. I could get you farther than that. I could get you to say that it's a necessary good that needs to happen. And don't forget to give the stream a like.
Cinderella and smallpox blankets have in common. They're all fairy tales. For decades, you've been told that you live on stolen land.
We are right now on stolen land.
That the Indians were peaceful.
Native Americans, we massacred.
So he's going to do this every month. I think this is going to be pretty cool. I'm excited about this series. I love talking about how history has been revised and they lie to us in schools. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. But so next month, I guess we're doing the Native American. Oh, there's so much content there.
Your ancestors committed genocide. And guess what? None of it is true. The Native Americans were some of the most savage fighters ever known to man. Raiding, scalping, torturing.
Yeah, somehow 100 years. No, wait. somehow like 300 years before germ theory, before we even knew what bacteria and germs were, we made chemical weapon blankets to kill off all the Indians. It was so crazy.
Even eating enemies. It was better to lose a battle to the U.S. Army than get wiped out by a rival tribe. And why did the story completely change in the 1960s? It turns out there's a lot more to the American Indians than Hollywood directors and school teachers want you to know. This month, we blow up the biggest myths about the American Indians and reclaim the real history that was stolen from.
You see that chin tattoo? That's like that girl at that protest who spit in my face. She had one of those chin targets.
Us. This is the real history of the American Indian.
I told her, I said, you're white. And she said, I said, what, bitch? What'd you just say? Then she hocked a loogie on me. She hocked 2 in my ass.
Slavery's roots go back at least to ancient times in Babylonia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as the Amerindian empires in Mexico and South America. One of the earliest references to slavery comes from this clay tablet from a Middle Eastern city called Uruk, dated back to around 3300 BC, which gives us a look into Babylonian slavery, for example, on one surface of the tablet.
You can't analyze that. That don't mean nothing. You cannot tell me that you're about to tell me what this means. That looks like a dang cookie. That looks like leftover crumbs from the sandwich that I had for lunch yesterday. What kind of information you going to discern from this, Matt? Let's hear it. Google has people from 1763 talking about, dude, Google's a liar. It's revisionist history. You got to dig deep.
Tablet, there's a notation showing that at least 213 people were designated by the sign combination Sal-Cur, which means female and male slave, respectively. Young slaves, and specifically infants, were considered the most valuable. Poor parents often sold their own children into slavery. The historian Amanda Podany writes in her book, Weavers, Scribes, and Kings, quote, a woman named Ku'e made what must have been a heartbreaking decision. She would sell her daughter. We've encountered this phenomenon before in the Ur III period, when a family had to sell a child into slavery because that was the only way that the child would be able to be fed and to live, and that the parents could survive. The price of the baby was 30 shekels. 1,000 years later, Ur-Nammu, the leader of the...
Whatever, we'll talk about that in a month when he makes the next episode, because I've had this debate with people before and I've dug into it on the show. I don't remember it all off the top of my head, but that's all BS.
Sumerian dynasty of Ur in southern Mesopotamia issued a legal code with different penalties depending on whether you were legally classified as free or a slave. A more famous ancient reference to slavery comes from the Code of Hammurabi, which established slaves as property, set rules for interactions between slaves and their owners, included penalties for harboring fugitive slaves, and had class-based punishments for crimes based on whether the perpetrator was free.
If that's from a written letter, why would it say sick? Sick means somebody's speaking and they say something incorrectly, and this is the way that they said it. You write it how they said it. That's what the SIC means. That doesn't even make sense.
Or slave. Slavery was so common in ancient Greece that most classical scholars agree that Plato simply assumed that there would be non-Greek slaves in the ideal city in the Republic. In Aristotle's Politics, he openly declared, quote, some men are by nature free and others slaves, and that for these latter slavery is both expedient and right. Indeed, in ancient Athens, slaves comprised more than 35% of the population. Athenian slaves were private property and could be bought and sold. Slaves who worked domestic jobs or skilled crafts had a decent shot at acquiring freedom, but there were also slaves who were sent to the mines. They were leg-ironed, routinely starved, savagely beaten, seldom saw daylight, and were worked to death with a typical life expectancy of about 4 years. Athens, by the way, was the best place to be a slave in the ancient world. In Sparta, slaves known as helots outnumbered citizens 7-1. And one thing that made them unusual is that they were public, not private property. But because they vastly outnumbered citizens, Sparta used brutal secret police to intimidate the slaves and gave the secret police power to execute slaves who seemed strong or rebellious. Sparta was a total apartheid state and banned helots from using the same roads as Spartan citizens. Every year, Sparta's leaders would declare war on the slaves. Killing them was not considered homicide.
Oh yeah, speaking
in the late stages of the Roman Republic, there were an estimated 2 to 3 million slaves, including roughly a third of the population of Rome. Roman slaves were chattel, the full property of their owners. Some worked in agricultural chain gangs. The punishment for runaways was often crucifixion. After a slave rebellion in 71 BC, the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus crucified 6,000 slaves on the road from Capua to Rome, a dead slave mounted to a cross every 100 feet or so. The word slavery itself provides some insight into just how ubiquitous slavery has been throughout history. Slave comes directly from the ethnic term Slav, because the people who lived in Central and Eastern Europe, Slavic peoples, were so frequently captured and sold into slavery from the 8th to 11th centuries. Slavery was widespread outside of Europe too, of course. According to the anthropologist Pierre van den Berg, war captives and slaves were systematically humiliated and often tortured to death in some North American Indian societies. Among some South American groups of the Amazon rainforest, slaves were well-fed, but only in preparation for a cannibalistic feast preceded by a mock battle in which the slave would be clubbed to death. Often slavery was a simple function of power dynamics. As countries rose and fell, They'd shift from enslavers to the enslaved. Consider the case of the Irish in the early 5th century. As the power of Rome declined, Irish marauders frequently raided the British coast for loot and slaves. Thousands of men, women, and children were taken. In one raid on the village of Bonavem-Tabernier near modern-day Wales, Irish raiders kidnapped a 16-year-old boy named Succat. Succat spent 6 years as a slave at a sheep farm in Northern Ireland. He later escaped, returned home, became a priest, and came back to the land of his captivity as a missionary. And we know him today as St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. By 795 AD, the tides had turned, and now Vikings were enslaving the Irish. Along with many other Northern Europeans, Viking slaves were seen as cattle or as advanced domestic animals who typically lived in the darkest end of the longhouse with the other domestic animals. After Oliver Cromwell conquered Ireland in the mid-17th century, the situation reversed and the Irish were at the mercy of their former captives. The new English regime forced the relocation of roughly 80,000 Irish men, women, and children to sugar colonies in the Caribbean, where they were held in bondage and forced to work in the fields. Not easy to do with an Irish complexion, by the way.
Dude, I can't get this. I don't understand why it won't let me connect my bank account to my Shopify account. I can't figure this out. I'm trying to transfer the funds to my bank, and it's not letting me do it. Add a payee, connect a bank account. Plus, okay. Now do it. Now what do I do? Multi-factor authentication needed. Okay. Let me click it. It won't let me click it. What do I do? Connect a bank account. Credit payouts finance. Your account is protected. Add an extra layer of security. Accounts. Credit. Balance main. Credit. What is this? Shopify credit. I don't want credit. Add. It's not letting me click that. Add an account. Organize your funds using accounts. 5 additional accounts. No, I don't want to do that. I want to connect my bank account. How do I do this? My cards. I don't want to create another Shopify card. No. Transfer funds. Pay bills. Documents. Transfer funds. It's not. Oh my gosh. How the heck do I do this? Bill pay, payouts. Payouts. This is not it. View order transactions, export documents.
Most of us have no idea what phytonutrients actually are, but thankfully our
Teriyaki is clenching his fit. Oh, because of the Irish slaves.
sponsor, Balance of Nature, understands the importance of them.
Another one,
Phytonutrients
Matt?
are naturally occurring plant nutrients in whole foods that actually give fruits and vegetables their color, taste, and smell. If you're eating something with vibrant color and real flavor, that's a pretty good sign you're getting genuine phytonutrients. Now, what Balance of Nature does is take all that produce and run it through a specialized vacuum cold process that keeps everything stable, then powders it down. Their whole health system is essentially a value bundle that combines their fruits, veggies, and their fiber and spice supplements. So you're getting 47 different ingredients, fruits, vegetables, spices, and fibers, along with all those naturally occurring phytonutrients every single day. I personally love the whole health system because of its convenience when I'm traveling for work or trying to keep up with the kids. It gives me a simple, no mess, and no stress way to make sure I'm getting all the essential nutrients in my diet. So whether you've been on the fence for a long time or it's the first time you're hearing about them, I recommend that you go to balanceofnature.com and order the Whole Health System supplement as a preferred customer today. It's a statistical reality that every living white person has ancestors who were enslaved. But a great deal of white slavery was not done by fellow Europeans. This is the town of Baltimore in County Cork, Ireland. The tranquility of its rocky shoreline was shattered on the night of June 20th, 1631. That evening at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, Islamic pirates led by a commander named Morat the Younger arrived banging war drums and screaming
Morat? From Kazakhstan? That's Borat.
in Arabic. They arrived on 2 large raiding vessels flying crescent moon flags, one 300-ton flagship equipped with 200 men and 24 pieces of ordnance, including 12 cannons on each side, and a smaller, more maneuverable 100-ton ship with 6 iron guns on each side. It came as a shock to the Irish villagers, who were mostly fishermen. According to a book called The Stolen Village, quote, none of these untraveled fisher folk would ever have seen anything like the Turkish warriors with their flashing scimitars, their swirling, flowing robes with distinctive cowls, the torchlight glistening on the sweat of bare arms, which they contemptuously left unprotected by armor. Storm them, my brave ones, some of the Janissaries would have been yelling, while others responded with shouts of Allah, Allah. These pirates were Janissaries, and they were raised from a young age to become fearsome monk-like fighters for the Ottoman Empire. Their story offers a good look into the proliferation of slavery. The forced levy of Christians to become Janissaries is called the Devshirme system, and it involved the kidnapping of hundreds of thousands of Christian boys over the 300 years that it was in place. After they were kidnapped, they were forcibly converted to Islam. They were extraordinarily disciplined and well-equipped. They carried muskets and pistols, carried in a red scarf tied around their waist, as well as their signature double-curved blades. The Janissaries had spent weeks sailing to Baltimore from Algiers, 1,200 miles away, preparing silently for precisely this moment. And when that moment arrived, the Janissaries were prepared.
Dude, every time I get to the... Could not be loaded. Unknown URL scheme. It's not letting me do it. Also, is there still money in... Hold on a second. Oh no, I think I took it all out. Oh my God. This is so ridiculous. Oh, sorry, y'all. Dude, this is crazy. Everything I'm trying to log in, I have to go through like 8 different things to log into something. I can't figure out how to connect my bank account to Shopify. There's money sitting in there and I don't know how to get it out.
The villagers were not. Outnumbered 10-1, the citizens of Baltimore never stood a chance. Neither did the British Navy, which was responsible for patrolling the coast and protecting villages like Baltimore from attack. The British knew through good intelligence gathering in Algiers that the Janissaries were planning an attack, but expected it to happen at a much larger and wealthier town called Kinsale, 50 miles away. Through a captured and likely tortured fisherman, the Janissaries learned that the British fleet had left Baltimore unguarded, and they planned to move into the interior of the country to collect more Irish slaves. But Irish ingenuity claimed the day. Resourceful villagers gathered nearby, collected firearms and rum, and started making as much noise as possible. This convinced the pirates that an English army was marching on them, and they retreated from Baltimore, limiting themselves to around 100 slaves. The raid on Baltimore is unique because of where it happened, but such raids into Europe were fairly common. In 1627, for example, corsairs took 5 ships in a raid on remote Heimaey Island in Iceland. With total ferocity, they killed and maimed, they raped the women and girls, dismembered infants, desecrated churches, and slaughtered a priest at prayer. They burned and looted everything in sight, and, quote, settled down to a long, unhurried orgy of rape, mutilation, and murder, which seems to have been motivated by nothing more than sadistic sport. One account tells of the Corsairs cutting people in half and callously snapping the necks of infants. Anyone unable to keep up with their pace was cut down, and in their madness for blood, these villains then chopped and hacked the bodies into small pieces with the greatest enjoyment and lust for blood, wrote one eyewitness. In that particular raid on Iceland, the Corsairs kidnapped half the island's population. They murdered 1 in 12 villagers, including several priests. All in all, they returned to Algiers with roughly 400 slaves taken from the coast of Iceland. And along the way, they would seize church bells and attach them to the masts of their ships as trophies. They destroyed crucifixes and mocked Christians by destroying the Eucharist at every opportunity. According to the book, The Forgotten Slave Trade, historian Simon Webb described this shocking contemporaneous account. Quote, they began to set fire to the houses. There was a woman there who could not walk, whom they had captured easily. Her they threw on the fire, along with her 2-year-old baby. When she and the poor child screamed and called to God for help, the wicked Turks bellowed with laughter. They struck both child and mother with the sharp points of their spears, forcing them into the fire, and even stabbed fiercely at the poor, burning bodies. In just 7 days, the historian Des Ecken writes, the typical medium-sized Corsair ship usually seized 5 vessels, enslaved nearly 100 Englishmen, and stole roughly 60,000 pounds. Victims who weren't killed, in many cases, became galley slaves. Since the Roman era, galley slaves were considered the most effective way to keep the galleys moving, since they required coordinated rowing. If anyone took a break, they'd make the ship much less efficient. Webb notes that after a naval battle in 1571 between the Ottoman Empire and the Holy League, which included Spain and Venice, it became evident just how many Christians had been forced to row boats for the Ottomans and what horrific conditions these galley slaves had to endure. Following the battle, the Holy League discovered that more than 12,000 European Christians had been forced to row the galleys for the Ottomans. They were shackled 24 hours a day. They were not afforded the opportunity to lie down to sleep, not that there was any room to do so in any event. Webb writes that, quote, a typical galley might have 25 oars on each side and perhaps 3 to 5 rowers for each oar. The slaves were shackled in place and were therefore physically unable to move from their designated positions. It was said in the 16th century that a galley crewed by slaves could be smelled from as far away as a mile. This was unlikely to be an exaggeration. Imagine, if you will, hundreds of men confined in a narrow space and compelled by nature to open their bladders and bowels where they were seated, day in and day out, for years at a time. There was no provision for washing. The only prospect of escape for the Ottoman galley slaves was if ships of a Christian nation defeated the Ottomans. A more dreadful fate is difficult to imagine. But not all slaves were forced to row the galleys. After returning to Algiers, some slaves, men, women, and children, were put up for the auction. Children as young as 12 years old were sold as concubines. In a normal auction, children younger than 7 could sell for over 100 pounds, roughly double the asking price for an attractive woman. Between 1500 and 1800 AD, the Ottomans and their North African corsairs, also called Barbary pirates, likely enslaved roughly 1.5 million people from Christian Europe. Unlike the transatlantic slave trade, which was driven by pure profit, the Barbary raids on Europe were motivated by bloodlust and hatred. One historian described it as revenge, almost a jihad, for the expulsion of Muslims from Spain in 1492, for the centuries of crusading violence that had preceded them, and for the ongoing religious struggle between Christians and Muslims. In the first half of the 17th century, Barbary slavers were sailing through the English Channel and into the Thames estuary, plundering local shipping and coastal towns, such that, as the minutes of Parliament put it, the fishermen are afraid to put to sea, and we're forced to keep continual watch on all our coasts. By 1640, at least 3,000 British nationals were enslaved in Algiers alone. In just the 7-year stretch from 1609 to 1616, 466 English ships were, quote, boarded and the crews taken to North Africa as slaves. In April 1625, 3 ships from Cornwall and 1 sailing from Dartmouth in Devon were captured by corsairs and the crews taken. In August 1625, a raiding party landed at Mounts Bay in Cornwall. The villagers saw the ships at anchor and fled for safety to a local church, but this was not enough to save them. The slavers dragged 60 people out of the church, loaded them onto their rowing boats, and took them on board the waiting ships. They all ended up in the slave markets of North Africa. the 12th of that month, the mayor of Plymouth wrote to the Privy Council in London. He pleaded for assistance from the Navy because in 10 days, 27 ships had been taken, and all of the men on board, over 200 of them, had been made slaves. As bad as it was to be in British waters, it was worse in southern Europe. Muslim raids on the northern shore of the Mediterranean were almost annual events of terror and pillage.
Oh, shoot. Hold on, I gotta go to the restroom real quick. Here, listen to a song. Thank you, Serene Sensibility. I'll give that a try. Paints the man. I'll try that for a second. I have money in another thing, which is I'm trying to get out too.
Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Clips, grace in his eyes, worshipping moves, truth in disguise, chasing shadows, never enough, lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs ruled, they built the stone, nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh, grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh, let's work hard your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh, let obsession rock deep. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Josh.
Okay. Now I have to figure out how to get... I connected my... Why is this thing... Oh, duh. There we go. Slowly crip walking. Delete the folder.
In 1544, in the Bay of Naples, Algerians took 6,000 captives. 6,000 more Italians were taken during the sack of Vieste in Calabria. In 1566, they took 4,000 slaves in Granada, Spain, in a single raid. They described it as reigning Christians in Algiers. The list goes on. In 1617, 1,200 men in Madeira. In 1636, another 700 in Calabria, Italy. Then 1,000 more in 1639, and 4,000 more in 1644. In 1683, the French military attempted to free some of the slaves being held in Algiers. The Algerians didn't take kindly to it. Quote, infuriated at their helplessness in the face of such an attack, the Algerians decided to vent their anger upon those Frenchmen who were at their mercy, including Jean Lavache. Algiers had, at the time, the most powerful cannon in the whole of the Mediterranean. It weighed 12 tons. The 23-foot-long gun had a range of 3 miles. The unfortunate French consul was pushed partly into the barrel, the cannon then being discharged with a load of shrapnel, blowing him to pieces. The Algerians found 22 other Frenchmen and tied them to the muzzles of other guns and killed them the same way. When it comes to protecting yourself and your family, it's better to be prepared. That's why I'm...
Another one? Holy crap. How many ad reads are you going to do, Matt? Okay, so from settings, go to payments. Store assets. Payments. Store contact detail. Business detail. There's no payment options. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Payments. Dude, this website sucks. Add payment method. No, wait. What the heck is happening here? What the heck? Arrange split view. How did I do this? Okay, cool. Go to update payment details. I'll check too. It says from Shopify, go to settings, then payments, then manage under payout account. Payments. Then manage under payout account. Payout account. Manage. Payout bank account. Then select payout details. Payout details. I don't see payout schedule. Balance. View payment methods. I don't see payout details anywhere. Customer billing statement. Tap to pay on mobile device. Fraud prevention. Test mode. You select payout details. There is no payout details. Manage payment methods. Oh, cards. Cancel. View payment rates. Payment methods. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Oh my God. There's no payment details. Payments. Payout account. See, my current payout account is my Shopify balance. Payout bank account. Payout schedule. Manage payment methods. No. This is boring. Sorry, but I need to do this. View payouts. manage under payout account. You select payout details. No, it's not working. Shopify payments. Methods that are available with one Shopify's account payment providers. No. This is not. Anyway.
I'm a member of Ammo Squared.
I'm
Ammo
getting
Squared
irritated with
lets
it.
you build an ammo reserve of your calibers steadily, month by month, without drama or excuses. Your options are endless. They have 75 caliber variations from over 85 ammunition manufacturers. There's also no need to have extra storage space laying around your house. They handle all the storage for you so you can get what you need when you need. I found it super convenient and sensible, and it's great to know my selected supply is ready to be delivered at any time. Start getting prepared now and think ahead with Ammo Squared. Go to ammosquared.com today and become a member like me.
This is irritating me.
These slaves, unless they were ransomed or executed inside a cannon, spent the rest of their lives in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire, which incidentally is one of those colonial empires that no one on the left seems to mind, assuming they're even aware of it. One of the most shocking slave trades did not involve Europeans at all. It involved an Arab-run slave trade operation in East Africa, roughly around the same time as the Middle Passage was bringing slaves from places like Dahomey to Brazil. But unlike slaves arriving in the New World, Arabs frequently castrated male slaves to prevent them from breeding. The castration process was, in some cases, so brutal that 80 to 90% died during the operation. It wasn't just castration leading to mass deaths. Conditions were so brutal that 3 out of 4 died before even getting to market. The East African slave trade included legendary traders like the black ivory merchant Hamed bin Mohammed al-Murjbi,
I've talked about
also
that
known
guy.
as Tipu Tip, who organized the removal of between 50,000 to 100,000 slaves from the Congo to move ivory to markets on the coast. Al-Murjbi earned his nickname Tipu Tip from the sounds
Everything he's talking about in this part, I covered in an episode like 3 years ago.
his men's guns made during their raiding parties into the Congo. When he finally brought his slaves to the African coast with their ivory, they were then auctioned off to the highest bidder. So many slaves moved through East Africa that Zanzibar became the biggest slave market in the world. By some estimates, as many as 17 million East Africans were sold into slavery over 1,300 years, dwarfing the transatlantic slave trade. Many of them worked spice fields and plantations in East Africa, and the practice wasn't abolished until 1909. Once again, because of colonizers, this time from Britain. Now, the reality is that the East African slave trade, which exceeded the West African slave trade in its duration, barbarity, and quantity of slaves, has received relatively little attention from academics and journalists. That's because it's not a useful tool for a demoralization campaign against white Americans. White Americans, by the way, whose ancestors were enslaved as well. On the morning of June 14th, 1786, Captain James Moore's family woke up on what seemed to be a normal day in Southwest Virginia. But as they left the family's cabin to tend to their farm animals, the fearful war whoop was heard, and a raiding party of Ohio Valley Shawnee Indians rode down a ridgeline and attacked them. Captain Moore was shot 7 times before being tomahawked and scalped. The Indians then murdered 3 of his children, leaving only his family members who were locked inside the cabin. Much like the Barbary pirates, the Indians broke into the house, shot the dogs, plundered and burned the home,
This is the
killed the
Barbary
livestock,
pirates.
and took Moore's wife and surviving children captive.
Yep.
The raiding party stole horses and embarked on a journey to Detroit, which was then an open-air market for humans captured by Indians. To give you a sense of the savagery of the Indians, when one of the surviving sons, John, fell behind on the journey, an Indian split his head open with a tomahawk and then told John's mother what happened with her son's bloody scalp hanging in his waistband.
Damn.
They reached Detroit in December, where, in a drunken frolic, One of the surviving daughters, Mary Moore, was sold into slavery for a few gallons of rum to a man named Stogwell, who had been an active Tory during the war and had removed to Canada after it closed for fear of losing his life if he remained in the United States. 3 years later, she was rescued by her brother and returned to the United States. Stories like Mary Moore's were common in the early frontier period in America, and often the stories became nationwide bestsellers. The vast majority of white slaves in the United States were owned by fellow whites. Somewhere between 60 and 70% of white immigrants to the American colonies arrived in bondage, often involuntarily. An estimated 350,000 arrived between 1620 and 1776, in numbers that likely far exceeded the number of black slaves who arrived in the 1600s. Mortality rates on the journey to the colonies often exceeded 20%. Many of them were legally classified as indentured servants under British law. Indentured servitude was, in theory, a contract entered between a poor person and a sponsor, in which the sponsor pays for the poor person's transit across the Atlantic in exchange for a set period of bondage. That, however, is the textbook definition. Reality was much harsher. In the early colonial period, there were not substantial differences between indentured servants and black slaves. Many were subjected to conditions of such brutality, duration, and heritability that historians increasingly regard slave as the more accurate term. There's no question that indentured servitude was slavery. Some indenture contracts literally use the term slave, and ads issued for runaway servants asked for them to be returned to their masters. Some of them were held in bondage for life. Many of them were sent here against their will. At the outbreak of the Revolution in 1776, more than 50,000 convicts were sent to the colonies as slave laborers. There were all sorts of sources of white slavery. They were the convicts, the urban poor, political prisoners, thieves, prostitutes, vagrants, prisoners of war, anyone designated undesirable by the British government. In the winter of 1650, 150 ragged Scottish prisoners of war arrived at Massachusetts Bay Colony, where they were sold as indentured laborers
I figured it out
for 20 to 30 pounds each. And in colonial America, white and black slaves often bonded, according to NPR, which admits America's first slaves were white.
According to some African-American historians, there was no sign or little sign of racial tension between the English servants, which we reckon were slaves, and the African servants, who are also called servants. They were treated in much the same way for many decades. They complained together, they ran away together, they rebelled together.
George Washington himself had white slaves.
The beginning of your War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, there were ads in the Virginia Gazette for runaways, and I think that week there were something like 11 for white runaways and 3 for black runaways.
Wow.
And 2 of the 11 white runaways were being advertised.
George Washington had white slaves. I did not know that. No, I got something else. I have like a thing with my work where I can get paid early. And when I went to DebateCon, I wanted to make sure I had enough money, so I took a little bit out of my coming paycheck into the app that lets me get paid early from my work. And I forgot to have it go to my bank account, so it went into the app. And I have a card for that app where I can take the card. So what I did is I took the card to the ATM and I just took out a bunch of cash and had a bunch of cash in my wallet, but there was still money. There was a limit on the ATM. So there was still money left on that app for my work. And it's complicated as crap to transfer that money to my bank account. So I just had to figure out how to get that money out of that app onto my bank account. Now I still have to figure out how to connect the Shopify thing. Everything you guys are telling me, I appreciate it, but it's not. I don't know. I can Google it.
By George Washington.
In early Virginia and Maryland, indentured servants, mostly English, Irish, and Scottish, did the same jobs that enslaved Africans would do in the 19th century, mostly tobacco farming. Conditions were so bad that 40 to 50% died before completing their terms. A 1671 report from Virginia Governor William Berkeley noted that the number of white slaves arriving vastly outnumbered black. Quote, "We suppose there come in of servants about 1,500, of which most are English, few Scotch, and fewer Irish, and not above 2 or 3 ships of Negroes in 7 years." He then went on to note that in the early years of the colony, 80% of servants did not survive the first year. But it wasn't just the slaves that were multiracial. It was the slaveholders too. At slavery's peak in 1860, thousands of slaves were owned by Choctaws, Cherokees, Creeks, and Chickasaw Indians. As Alan Taylor writes in the book American Colonies, the Iroquois were particularly brutal in this regard. In colonial America, the Iroquois would often subject captives, the ones they did not enslave, to ritualistic slaughter and cannibalism in which captives would be tied to the stake, stabbed, then prodded with hot pokers. Quote, "After the victim died, the women butchered his remains, cast them into cooking kettles, and served the stew to the entire village, so that all could be bound together in absorbing the captive's power." At the outbreak of the Civil War, one of South Carolina's wealthiest citizens was a planter and slaveholder named William Ellison. Census
It says settings, payments, manage, select add bank account. There is no add bank account option. Every route that I try to take to get there, it always comes to a point where they tell me to do something that is not an option. Payment account. Shopify balance. There is no add bank account option. Payout settings, payout schedule. No. Tap to pay on mobile devices, test mode. There is no add bank account option. Google sucks. Leithwater Kai referred to this, but I thought he blamed white people, not Native Americans. This is not working. Go to settings, payments, manage account, click manage, add change details. Add change details. Click change bank account or add bank account in the payout details section. There is no payout details section. There's payout settings. This is not it. Manage payment methods. You'd think it would be there, but it's not. Manage payment methods. When I click payment methods, this is how people pay me. Cards, Visa is turned on. Wallets, crypto, switch to a third-party provider. No, this is something different. This is not the right thing. The option that they're telling me to pick is not here. This is retarded, dude. I don't like this. I don't like Shopify. It's ridiculous. It's my money and I need it now. Notifications. Email confirmation. No, I don't care about that. Payout settings. This is not it. Payout bank account. View payouts. There's no option to add a bank account. Fraud prevention. Test mode. No. Learn more. Success rate for payout in 2 days. Learn more. Some accounts may require verification and requirements to ensure your bank account supports the currency and transfer ownership. Store owner should update banking information. Annual payments such as bank deposits in the same payment sections. Oh my God, this is not working. Connecting your bank account. Shopify Help Center. On this page, connect your bank account. Dude, if I go to help and I click on the thing that says connect your bank account on the website, don't walk me through how to do it. Just take me to where I do it. Why would you? Look, I'm on the Shopify help page and I say, how do I connect my bank account? And then there's a link. It says connect your bank account. I click on it. Instead of taking me to where I connect my bank account, it takes me to a help page that says, here's how you connect your bank account, which is the same thing Google says. In the Shopify payment sections, click activate Shopify payments. Oh my God, that's not an option. Why wouldn't you just take me to the place where I can do it? Accepting payments, receiving payouts. Disappear to your customers. Online store. Automatically at checkout. What is this? Oh my God, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
Records show that at the outset of the Civil War, he owned 63 slaves, making him one of the biggest slave owners in the region. During the Civil War, he and his sons made substantial donations to the Confederate government. But what makes Allison remarkable is that he was a black man. In fact, he was a freed slave whose former master had given him the business skills he needed to become a successful cotton gin manufacturer. He was such a prominent member of South Carolina society that the Charleston Mercury newspaper noted that he was a large slaveholder and is much respected throughout the district for his integrity and general good character. When the American journalist and social critic Frederick Law Olmsted visited Mississippi in the early 1860s, he described meeting a black man who told him there were, quote, many free Negroes all about this region. Some were very rich. He pointed out to me 3
Free Negroes here. Come get your free Negroes.
plantations within 20 miles owned by colored men. They bought black folks, he said, and had servants of their own. They were very bad masters, very hard and cruel. If he had got to be sold, he would like best to have an American master buy him. The French, black Creole masters were very severe, and they whipped their N-words most to death. They whipped the flesh off them. In total, an estimated 3,000 blacks owned roughly 20,000 slaves in 1860. And in some cases, black slaveholders purchased relatives and spouses philanthropically, rescuing them from other slaveholders. But according to the black historian Carter Godwin Woodson, they often simply bought and sold slaves like white traders. He even described one case in which, quote, A Negro shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina, purchased his wife for $700, but on finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750. The 1860 census offers some context that's left out of the history textbooks in this country. That year, there were 3,953,760 slaves and 487,970 total free colored population in the slave states in 1860. The reality is that a very small percentage of freed blacks and American
You're pushing the merch. I don't even know if I can get the money from the merch.
Indians owned slaves, but the same is true for white Americans.
And here's the crazy part. I had to pay for the merch to be sent out to the people. And it's not so for the two things that the two orders that I've filled so far, it's not I'm not making nearly as much as I thought I was off this. I think I paid like $75 and I'm going to make like 85. So I made $10 for all this hassle. It's not worth it. I mean, at least people get some merch, but this is not worth it. I don't know how this is profitable. And then once you get to a certain point, once I run out of my 3 months, I have to start paying Shopify $40 a month. So basically I'd be losing money. This is ridiculous. This is not worth it. Payout account. And now I can't even figure out how to get the money out.
In the 1860 census, at the very height of slavery, there were 393,975 slave owners in the U.S. out of a total population of over 31 million. That translates to about 1.2% of the population. The vast majority of American whites never owned any slaves. That's a critical point when in the context of modern calls for reparations. As a rule, black slaves in the American South had a life expectancy of 40 years and an annual mortality rate of 3 to 5%. Their odds of getting married, having children, attaining freedom were dramatically higher than slaves in the Caribbean, Brazil, East Africa, or, God forbid, Dahomey. Slaves in the Caribbean lived in barracks. In the South, they had cabins. There's no doubt that being a slave was a bad life, but if you were to be enslaved, it was better to be enslaved in the United States. The clearest metric on this is that the U.S. slaves' population kept growing after slave imports were banned in 1808. Unlike other parts of the Americas where deaths exceeded births, the U.S. ended up with nearly 4 million slaves in 1860, despite only 400,000 arrivals. Now, one reason for the better conditions could be incentives. With the import ban, slave owners' best source of slaves was high birth.
And I can get there on my phone. Well, I can get to where you do it, but then it says on the computer, it says 2-step verification needed, and it won't let me click anything. And then on my phone, it gets all the way through everything, and then it just freezes. I don't understand. It's this stupid Plaid website, which Plaid is the same thing that the other website uses, which I'm already... Okay, there's my account. Click it. Confirm. Log in at Wells Fargo. Continue to log in. Okay. Then it sends me to Wells Fargo. Cancel that. Sign on. For your security, let's make sure it's you. We sent a notification to your phone on the Wells Fargo mobile app. Okay. Click on that. Log in here.
Birth rates. buying more was really
Are
expensive.
you trying to sign
The
in?
typical price for an
to another
able-bodied
device?
male field hand in New Orleans in 1860 was about $2,000.
Yes, it's me.
And if you track
You're good to go.
inflation based on the price of gold,
Return to the it's the same
that'd be
device.
over $100,000 today. For this reason, there are well-documented cases of slaveholders preferring to use less valuable, lower-class whites for dangerous tasks. Our sponsor, Grand Canyon University, is an affordable private Christian university based in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, one of the largest universities in the country, widely praised for its culture of community and impact. GCU has 369 academic programs, with over 300 of those available online. At GCU, you'll join a nationwide community of learners who are redefining online education through their 100% online MBA program. Learn about ethical entrepreneurship, how to scale your business, and so much more. In addition to federal grants and aid, GCU's online students received nearly $161 million in institutional scholarships in 2024, making
Another
it one of
ad
the most
read,
affordable private
Matt.
Christian education options out there.
End of the video.
So take the chance and find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer to see the scholarships that you may qualify for. In 1800, there was not a single country on earth that had abolished slavery by law. Not one. By 1900, Britain, France, the United States, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal had all outlawed it. Every single abolition took place in societies under European control or heavy European
And then
pressure.
the app just freezes.
In a perfect Orwellian twist of irony, it turns out white men are the heroes of the slavery story. It was the Royal Navy's West Africa Squadron that freed hundreds of thousands of African slaves, all done at the expense of the British taxpayer. It was the nearly 400,000 Union soldiers who died in the American Civil War, and the entirely white Congress and white legislatures that passed the 13th Amendment, ending slavery. If the legacy of slavery is a permanent, unpayable debt that justifies racial redistribution in perpetuity, then literally every ethnic group on the planet owes every other one. The descendants of the Kingdom of Dahomey, which sold millions of their fellow Africans, would owe reparations to the descendants of their victims. The Arab world would owe West Africa and Europe. The Ottomans would owe the Balkans. The Irish would owe the English, and the English would owe the Irish. The list is endless because slavery is the norm, not America's unique shame. But only one civilization ever decided the guilt outweighed the profit and bled itself dry to end it. That's the real story.
Move money.
They don't teach.
Oh, wait.
What do
wait.
Snow White,
Set
Cinderella,
up two-step
and smallpox
authenticity.
blankets have in common? They're all fairy tales. For decades, you've been told that you live on stolen land,
We are right now on stolen land.
that the Indians were peaceful.
Native Americans, we massacred them.
Your ancestors committed genocide. And guess what? None of it is true. The Native Americans were some of the most savage fighters ever known to man, raiding, scalping, torturing, even eating enemies. It was better to lose a battle to the U.S. Army than to get wiped out by a rival tribe. And why did the story completely change?
Okay,
in the
we
19-
already seen this. Okay, so that was it. That was pretty good. I was more interested in the first half once he started getting to the white slaves. That was interesting, but I was more interested in the Black History Month stuff. Okay. Log in. Okay, so I set up the two-step. Oh, we might have figured it out. This is so crazy. What? Incorrect code? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Resend the code. What the heck? The code sent is still active. I just tried the code. It's not working. Code expired. Request a new code. Oh my God. Okay, this better work. Green check mark. Continue. Enter your phone number. You already know my phone number. You just sent me 12 different codes. Now there's another code. I've had to do 18 different codes. There's my bank account. Confirm. Now it's going to take me to my bank account. I've got to log into my bank account for the 1800th time. Now it's sending me another code to my phone. Oh, now it's sending me to my phone to log into my bank account. This is ridiculous. Are you trying to sign in to another device? Windows 10 Chrome. Yes, it's me. Done. Now this is doing something. Disabled check boxes is account data that you previously entitled for sharing with Plaid. To change your sharing preferences, go to manage, blah, 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 blah. Continue. Confirm and connect. I agree. Connect. Now please work. Circle is spinning. Circle is spinning. Page change. Circle is spinning. This is where it gets stuck on my phone every time. Let's go. Holy crap. That was the craziest process I've ever done in my life. Okay. I finally figured it out. It only took 30 tries. It wouldn't work on my phone for some reason. Like getting through all this was easier on my phone, but it's like you have to have two different devices. And so it was saying you're trying to log in on a different device, but it was the same device. And then when I would do it, it would like get confused and it would just load and load and load and load and load and it would never go. I tried it like 5 times last night. I tried it on my phone. But now that I have the computer and then I used the phone and the computer, I was able to do it. Holy crap, that was ridiculous. And I don't even get the money till tomorrow. This is some BS. This is some BS. Straight up. All right. Okay, so I'm getting some money in my account. Hallelujah. Not like I'm broke, but if it's not in my bank account, it doesn't count. That's a lot of codes. Yeah, I had to go through like, you got to log into your bank here, then you got to connect your bank here, then you got to go to your phone and send a code, then put the code into the computer, then it sends you to your bank confirmation on your phone, and then you got to put in your username and sign in there, and then it sends you to the website for your bank account, and then you got to log in there, and it sends you another code, and then you got to put that code in here, and then this gets a code, and you got to put that in there. God, that was ridiculous. Okay. But now my bank account is connected to my Shopify. Now, hopefully in the future, it won't be so complicated. So now get the merch. I got to make something that King requested. That was crazy. I wonder if that banner, where's that banner that Auntie sent me? Where's my email? We're not even playing Borderlands. What am I doing? I wanted to play Borderlands. That's what I'm going to do right now. Okay. Did the Shopify. What else do I got to do this weekend? I got to do my taxes, which I'll probably do on stream. Not for you guys to see, but while I'm on stream, I'll probably be doing it in the background. I'm not going to do that right now, but probably tomorrow night I'll do it. Trying to get this money, you heard? We're going to destroy this dino-loving fool with all these codes. And also, now I got to pee again. I just peed.
There's a lawn chair sitting by the water's edge. Sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. And Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators or dodging jail, while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea.
You want to see me cheat on my taxes
Meanwhile, this
online?
chair, it don't move, it don't sway, but it holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink, then a fiery red. The chair stays silent, but it speaks instead. A Florida man, he's out chasing storms, breaking the rules, rewriting norms. And here I sit in the humid air, guarding the secrets of that empty chair. Maybe he's fishing, maybe he's gone, maybe he's dancing till the break of dawn. This chair don't judge, it don't ask why, it just waits for him under the southern sky.
All right. Now we'll play some Borderlands. Is there anything else we could watch while I play? Cold. Hey, we're on YouTube featured. Let's go. What just happened? Oh my God. Oh my God. This game. Why does Borderlands always crash? Now it's starting again. I didn't even do anything. Let me Google this. Why does Borderlands 4 keep crashing? Google already knows. Borderlands 4 crashes are often caused by shader compilation issues. I heard this. Outdated GPU drivers. I do need to update my drivers. I never update my drivers. I don't even know how. Where's Jeremy when I need him? How do I update my drivers? I asked him this months ago. I was like, dude, is there just a way that I can just like click something and it updates all my drivers? And he's like, nah. Great. So I got to somehow, how do you figure out what drivers you need to update? I got a lot of drivers I need to update. I don't know if I've done a full driver update since I built this computer. I built my computer. I told y'all, I know the hardware. I can build a computer. Okay? But I just don't know anything about software and stuff like that. I don't know how to update drivers. I don't even know what that means. I'm a boomer. What am I supposed to do? Where's Wally and Millie? Tell them to get in here and play some. Jeremy has this game too. If we could get Jeremy, Wally, and Millie, we could have a full team. We could have a full 4-player team. Jeremy, Wally's the big guy. Millie's the scion. Jeremy can be the other chick. Then we got a full squad. We'll be unstoppable. It's getting colder. My heater blows cold air until it starts blowing hot air. That made it worse. It's okay. In 10 minutes, I'm going to be sweating. Oh, Tyson James dropped his new song, Psalm 23. Let's listen to this.
Table before me, right in front of my enemies.
Singy song. Singy. Dude, we're running glitchy. What's going on here?
In the right direction, my comfort, my protection. You're the shepherd of my soul.
Jesus, when I say his name, I know demons flee. Every knee bow to the king. That's the Prince of Peace. I can see all my shame is gone. Pinned it to that tree. I am free. All my sins forgiven. Cast it to that sea. All I want, all I need. You're my song. You're my beat. You are strong. I am weak. I was gone. Now I'm free. I wouldn't budge. I would do too much, but now I crush sin. I was in that mud, but now I'm covered in that blood. Twin. Prepare to take for me in front of my enemies. Your spirit blazing that trail. You always ahead of me. Look, you always lead me in the right direction. Shepherd of my soul, Jesus, you are my protection.
Prepare a table before me, right in front of my
enemies.
You're the shepherd of my soul. You lead me in the right direction. My comfort, my protection.
Where am I going?
You're the shepherd of my soul.
Yeah. When that devil show, I just speak that name. Ain't no thing, better check the frame. I am unashamed, unafraid. Jesus coming back, he gon' chuck a flame. Better stay in that book of life, he gon' pluck a name. If you stray and you play with his grace, you won't demon time. If you walk with Jesus, you are free and you will see the sun. Walking through shadows and valley of death, I will not fear it and I will not fret. Even if I'm in the middle of the battle, I will not be rattled, I'm in a bet. He's still with me. Psalm 23 still hit me. He's in the storm, joy will come in the morning. He on that hill with me. Listen, his goodness and mercy will follow you all the days of your life. Yes, and I'm gonna dwell in your house. You'll be there by my side.
And your mercy will follow me all the days of my life.
can't see through the scope. Pretty good. I like it. Warframe is better than Borderlands? I don't know about all that. I played Warframe like 15 years ago.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making...
I don't like your ad. Opus clip. I'm not going to pay for you. I don't pay for anything. Why is it running all laggy? I gotta update these drivers, man. Where's Jeremy? Jeremy?
I am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself.
Yeah, but this scope sucks. Look at this scope. I can't even see what I'm supposed to be scoping at. So this gun, when I throw it, it sticks to a surface and it becomes a turret, I guess. Doesn't work very good. It's not shooting anything. Shoot that bat. Just throw it in the sky. Okay, this gun is pretty cool, but the scope does not help me at all. Get off of me, Zubat. Oh, we got a boss. Mini boss. He's about to be dead. Spray and pray. Spray and pray, baby. Let's try something different. Oh, my goodness. I don't like these charge-up guns. Oh, that's not good. Hurry up, hurry up. Please reload. Why did I just go to... Whoa, what was that? What was that explosion? Aw, dude, all of his loot fell in the hole. All the booty fell in the hole. Art is just as good as Borderlands art, maybe better. You have to really love Warframe's art and most of their designs. Well, I haven't played it since... When I played Warframe, it was brand new on the PS4. It was because when we got our PS4, we didn't have any money to get any games, so we just played free games for a little bit, and Warframe was one of them. And that's when the game was brand new. And it wasn't that great back then. This gun kind of sucks. I just don't like the charge up feature. Damn, I hit that guy? What is that, a homing bullet? I wasn't even, my crosshairs weren't even on him. I guess it shoots 5 shots. What is that? Okay, I'm not, these bats just keep coming. I'm not doing this.
I could use fewer force fields in my life.
What is this?
Make sure that any reclamation efforts would be painful. Further
I could use fewer force fields in my life. Dude, why is it lagging? Like, it crashes a lot, but it usually doesn't lag.
I will hold you in my curiosity, Vault Hunter. But I warn you, here too close into the shadows.
Vile Lictor. This is the last, like, of the 3 bosses that you have to kill before you get to fight the Timekeeper. So I got 1 guy left. Wally, get in there and save JS. I'm fine. They've added so much to the game, I couldn't even put it all in chat. Yeah, maybe it's good now. I don't know. It's free, right? I think I might even... No, I don't have it on Steam, but I could get it. Right now, I'm just trying to find out how to do my dang update or driver stuff. And then there's somewhere in NVIDIA you can change the shader setting, and it's supposed to fix the crashes, but I already started the game. I probably should have figured all that out before I started the game, to be honest. Maybe after I'm done playing, before I go to bed, I'll do all that stuff so that when I play over the weekend, I don't keep having this problem. The Vile Lictor fight, from what I remember, was kind of pathetic. What am I supposed to be doing right now? Give me that. Going up here, maybe? No. I'm trying to open this force field, right? Reach Calder's office. Place the second signal beacon. Oh, this gun. Oh, I like this gun. How do I get up there? There's got to be a grapple spot, or we do a little climbage. A little climbage. A little climbage. Oh! Oh my gosh, are you serious? Are you serious? I hate these guns. I hate this gun. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Oh my gosh. All of these guns that you throw when they reload and they explode, I hate them. I've died more to my own gun exploding in my face.
There was a bright light and a voice like,
this is ridiculous.
Customer support?
I'm so pissed. Dude, I like this gun, but like if you just hit the I wasn't even trying to reload. I was trying to do a action button, and that's the same as the reload button. Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Where am I? Am I up on the thing? Did I do the thing? Did I do it? I did it, right? Where am I? This is the second one, right? This is not where I was. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I got up there, did that. This was where the portal was, right? Yeah, I think. Yeah. So if you're out of ammo and you go to open a door, you'll just throw the gun and it'll explode in your face. Hello, Shiva. Oh, you just got mollywopped, my boy. See, they were making fun of me saying I sucked at video games because in the beginning I was dying a lot. You're squishy in the beginning. You don't have any shields. You don't have grenades. All you got's a pistol. It's... No!
You wanted to speak with me in private? Yes, quickly. Come inside, my cautious friend. You are sure you were not followed?
I'm so pissed right now.
Worrying me more than usual. It's about my boy, ebullient Archer. Lictor has taken him. Intends to keep him as assurance that I do not follow in Divine Calder's footsteps. And if you do, Lictor has assured me Archer will be...
All my guns do that.
Subject. Take heed, Arden. Lictor will come for you next. If you did not give your loyalty willingly, he will force it.
the heck is happening?
Cautious as ever. And until my boy is returned,
Game is glitching out.
shall remain joyless.
Look at that. Dude, all my guns do that. How do I know which ones explode when I run out of ammo? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What are we doing? Where are we going? This is a dead end. Just digging through trash and whatnot. What are we trying to get to? Did I already do that? No, this is the one that I died when I was trying to get to it. Okay. Okay. Reach Calder's office.
Your mind. I am sorry to say you had one hell of a crotch infestation.
I feared as much. We kept a size
A crotch infestation?
but they must have gotten loose.
A crotch. You got something in your crotch.
Had crotches, milk, cheese.
Should have bought a 3090.
Yes, so
Whatever,
they crotch.
dude.
Perhaps it's better not leaving.
Where'd you go, Bat? Where'd he go? Okay. Force field's down. The system is down. The system is down. System is down. The system is down. System is down. This looks like my GPU right here. Oh, nice. A place to sell stuff. Maybe I should sell all these exploding guns.
No pulse? No problem. I'll bet you.
Ooh, we have an epic. No, I don't want that. Exo Soldier class mod. How do I don't want that. What is this? Legendary shotgun. Fires sticky rockets. Main barrel fires a laser, detonates attached rockets. Oh, we got the slippy fish. I forgot we had this.
Just remember,
Now, the problem with this is like a special grenade. Unbarrel fires sticky, blah, 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 blah. Theodore shooting. Thrown gun shoots enemies until out of ammo. Okay, but if you throw it, that means that you're out of ammo. Thrown gun has legs and runs towards enemies. Which is the one that explodes when I throw it? It's this one. Thrown gun shoots enemies till out of ammo. Then why does it keep blowing up and killing me? These all suck. No, actually they don't. They're green. Level 22, level 24. 365 over seconds. It's 362 over 25 seconds. But you get 362 instantly, and you get 195 over 8. So this is better. This is junk. Keep the fish. I'm going to actually switch for the fish. Now, the problem with this fish, if I'm correct, it bounces and it sends out shockwaves, but if you're near it, yeah, that will damage me. But it's very powerful. But it will kill me. So don't throw the fish when you're in close proximity to the fish. Okay? I don't know what all these symbols mean. Like, I wish I could compare, mark, inspect. What does this mean? What is this? Skill bonus. Cruel accrual. Gains increased skill damage with all skills long as the bonus. Whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy, he gains chance to spawn a free grenade. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a grenade based on that. Dial in. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a melee attack, his melee attacks gain critical hit damage. This chance stacks, and all stacks are removed whenever he critical hits an enemy. Plus, okay, so this is like a melee thing. Melee attack. Let me see what we got. I think this is all junk. See, some of this stuff I should be saving for other characters in my bank or whatever, but... Okay, don't need this. Don't need this. This stuff sucks. Gun damage, any energy shield regeneration rate. Damn, that's 5,000. See, sometimes I just look at the price, and that's how I know what's better. This is pretty good. Okay, I'm just marking everything for junk so I can sell all this stuff real quick. What does this do? Short circuit. After reloading an empty magazine, guns with Ripper licensed parts have a 30% chance to increase the next magazine's fire rate. I don't think I have any Rippers. I have one. The sniper. This is a sniper? Oh, it's a submachine gun? This is not a dang submachine gun, okay? This might be better. Maliwan. I don't have any Maliwan guns. Splash radius. What is splash radius? Is that when you throw it? I don't want that. This is pretty good. This is junk. This is junk. This is really good. Keep that. Get rid of that. Ancient stable level 21, level 22. Get rid of this. I do like to keep one big old rocket launcher on me. 23. What is this? It's 495. 338. 11, 495, 338. 8, 377, 520. Get rid of this. 96, 293, 81. 60. Overload. Directly damaged enemies explode for additional damage after a delay. 360. Magazine size increased by 25%. On all guns or just on this? 1171 DPS, 972 DPS. This is fire. This is, get rid of that. Keep that. Get rid of, oh, I already marked that. Okay, cool. And then this, I think we already did. Okay, and then the guns. I don't have a lot of guns on me. Sell that. This is not going to be better than my current shotgun. 312, 405, 163, 100, 1.5, 3.2, 129, 100, 2.1, 3.2. Throne Double Cream Assaultomatic. Sanction Storming Fang. Combo of legs. Throne gun has legs and can be shot to increase the explosion's damage. Ripper Lace. I hate these guns that explode. Why do they all do this? Is it just submachine gun 300, 343? But this is okay. We're going to sell this. Hold on to that. 304, 343, 304, 23, 22. These are all submachine guns. Shotgun. What? Is this better than my epic shotgun? Alt fire. Fuel rod discharge. Fires a spent fuel rod that explodes after 3 seconds and deals radiation damage. This gun charges before full auto firing. It's a full auto shotgun. I don't like the ones that have to charge up, though. Whatever, I'll keep that. Giddy up. Great news, JS. Steam is having Horse Fest. You don't have to lonely anymore. What? Jazz needs that heavy medicated ointment. Jazz needs to go back to Hello Kitty Island Adventures. What are y'all talking about? What nerd shit are we up to this weekend? I don't know, but y'all need to hit that super chat goal. I don't want this. Wait. I don't want this. Check. Why did my mic just get quieter? This is a shotgun. This is a weak shotgun. Okay. I think this is good. Wait, before I do this. A new hover drive unlocked. A new hover drive. Hover drive is the vehicle. A new hover drive. Okay, cool. I have any skill points? No. I only have 5 of these. Okay.
Think about it. If my meds didn't work, someone would have stopped me by now. No
Sell.
Unless you really wanna.
Sell.
I can get some use out of this yet. This here's I used to have one just
sell.
Just without so many weird stains.
That's it. Okay.
Next time you're bleeding out, remember the
All right, let's proceed. Enough of all that. Where are we going? We're going to the marker. Whoa. Slip and slide. Whoa, is this a boss fight? This is not the boss. I don't like this gun. God. Oh! Wait, is that like poison water or can I go down in that? Oh, I can fly. Oh! Whoa, wait. Where'd it go? Yep, that is toxic water. Don't go in the toxic water. I wonder what this dude's weak to. Can we get some critical... Why are you letting the nuts hang? Oh! See, it did it again. I hate these stupid exploding guns. I don't even know how you could die in this fight. Oh, I let him hatch. Uh-oh. Shoot. Where are the... Okay, good. I need to keep these alive, but then if they hatch... Oh, I'm in poison. Oh my god, I just blew myself up again. Well, that's a little chaotic. That's not the boss, is it? Like the final, like the... It's a boss, but not difficult. Rocket launchers coming soon to JS Urban Adventures merch store. I don't know if you should say that. Or I don't know if I should read that, but too late. Kill Sky Spanner Cratch. That's him, huh? That is the boss. Dude, I don't like this gun. What should I use? Let's try this. I don't know what he's weak against either. Oh, this is way stronger. Oh! Get off me! This gun also explodes when I throw it. Everything got cold. It's like an elemental freaking changer. Changes elements on me. Heal, bitch. Let me try something. How do you like that? How you like me now? Oh! Ah, crap, dude. I'm out of ammo. Get out of the poison. I can't see anything. I don't know. Oh my god. I may need to level up for this, actually. I think I'm a little too squishy for this fight. Because I've kind of been skipping out on side quests. I beat the one boss and came straight here. And it's probably a little out of my level.
Gotta admit, that was not part of the plan.
What is this thing weak against? How do you know what they're weak against? It's a boss, not that difficult. Yeah, whatever. Do I need to, like, not let the ads touch the ground or something, maybe? Like, I haven't been really focusing on ads much. You know what? My fish grenade is not going to work on this guy because he's in the sky.
Well, allow me to return.
One bar down. Oh, shoot. I need to keep some ads alive. Oh. Come on, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Is he dead? Did I kill him? Oh, I killed him. I didn't even know he died. That was anticlimactic. Bro, give me a gun that doesn't explode when I throw it. Oh my god, I almost thought I was about to die. Because I reloaded my gun. I have like trauma every time I reload my gun. I feel like I'm about to explode. I made a cartoon of you? Wow, you stole my likeness? Ooh, legendary. Can I get up there? Please, please, sir? Please, sir? Scrapper emollient holder. Not that bad. No, I didn't realize. I think you need to kill the ads. And that's what I wasn't doing the first couple times.
That's my office, Wellspring. You should be able to hack the door control.
I think when you kill all the little circle things, it weakens them or something. I don't know. What is this? Can I get in there? My little robot's gonna hack it. We're a little bit due for a crash, so just FYI. Of course, it'll happen right after I kill a boss. And not save it. Whoa, this is trippy. What do we... I feel so ziggity, 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 ziggity. Got me rolling on that ecstasy. As you can see, I took a pill right to my house. Grabbed a shot of liquor, popped it in my mouth. And I'm thinking to myself that this might be a waste of my time. Cause what if I don't even get high? 30 minutes don't went by. I didn't even seem high. Till I stood up and looked at the ceiling. For some reason, now I'm tweaking. Then I tried to walk, but I was slow. I guess I'm floating in ecstasy, just like the nigga told me.
Who's there?
Find the siren. Iridium is the key.
Hello? Hola? Calder.
We had a
Will the
rave.
relic just talk to me?
Where'd the cool lights go?
I am
Dang.
not surprised. It is a bridge
My pill ran out.
mysterious energies. And you yourself have a mysterious energy. But you have undone a grievous injury to my clave.
Mysterious D's nuts.
It's high time the subject of our banishment is reconsidered.
That's a Secondi's fallacy. You just made a Secondi's fallacy. Secondi's nut. Uh-oh. What? Ooh, it almost happened. You see that? It almost crashed. Don't be closing doors behind me. That was the boss. The bosses are very all the bosses so far. Like, I feel like Borderlands 2, there was a lot more boss fights and they were a lot more... Remember in Borderlands 2, the pit where you would fight that giant that giant serpent dragon thing in the pit? It was like a raid boss. You'd need 4 people. Well, unless you're like level 50 and you got fully maxed everything. Then you could solo him. But I forget what his name was, but you could like farm him for really good gear. But ideally, you'd want to fight him with like 4 people. And it was a giant hole in the ground, and this giant snake thing. That thing was so fun. I haven't seen anything like that so far in this game. Get off of me, bro. Are you serious? I'm not gonna die from you. Why did I not... Dude, that guy exploded. Holy moly. Oh. Oh. Are you... What had just killed me? Oh, my fish. My fish. That's my fish. Wait. Oh, my God. My shield deploys grenades randomly sometimes. So my shield threw my fish, and my fish killed me. This game is ridiculous. I get killed more by my own stuff than by my enemies. That should not be, that should not happen. I don't like when my own stuff is so dangerous that it kills me. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Where am I going? 60 what? Holy crap. Okay, we're not running all the way back here. Should we just fast travel back? To the fish! If I'm gonna have a dangerous ass ordnance, I should probably not have a shield that automatically throws it. You know? Dude, these fish are crazy. Oh, these guys are on my team. Did I just kill my own teammates with my fish?
You see the look on their face?
Oh, the fish won't kill them, but it'll kill me. That makes sense. Bro, you ain't got nothing, dude. Y'all about to get fished. Y'all about to get catfished. You ready? Catfish.
Boundaries, folks. It ain't rocket surgery.
Crosses are pretty lackluster. Oh shoot, I'm about to die. Oh my goodness. The fish! Wait. He dead. Let me up. I'm lagging like crazy. This is wild. It never lagged before. Usually it just crashes. Now it's lagging. This guy is not weak to this gun. Look at that. It chases him down and jumps on him.
Almost didn't see you there.
There was a blue somewhere. There it is. No! Oh, okay, cool. So this one's okay because when you throw the gun, it runs around. What's this dude, Neo? Did you see him dodge bullets? Since when can these robot dudes dodge bullets? You need to calm down, Neo. I don't know where my lighter went. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I don't just fast travel. Like, do I need to do all this? Oh, wow. No. You come here. Woo, barely.
Back from the belly.
Shit.
We go down to nothing.
This gun. Oh, that's kind of cool. This gun kind of sucks. I wonder if it has an alternate mode. Not a big fan of this gun. This is the one that explodes in my face all the time. Pause.
I am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself. Hope I didn't keep you waiting long.
Grab that. This guy's glitched into a rock. Epic. I'll take that. I just picked up a legendary. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna run out of space soon. I totally forget that I have this move. I can't tell who's on my team and who's on their team. That was like a dang battle. They still coming? Who are y'all shooting at? Filling up on ammo. Whew.
What? Is that it?
What is that it? Okay. Are we done?
This one's got some zip. Never saw it coming.
Oh, shh. Just got chopped in half, my boy. Okay, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what the point of all that was. There's a collectible here. Is this one of the ones that you have to carry back to a safe house? Because those are stupid. There's a side quest down here. There's a side quest right here too. Let's go grab this. What's this? Dynamic event? Don't make me climb a dang mountain. There's no way you can climb that. Y'all are getting fished. Smells like fish. Make it a dish. Smells like cologne. Leave it alone. There's fish everywhere. Shit. That's not good.
See that? There's a little thing called burst fishing. Might give it a try next time.
See, you gotta watch out for the auto fish. Animated adventures. I don't want to be a cartoon. I just picked up a white gun. I don't like white guns. I'm racist. It's peaceful in here. I still don't know what you do with iridium. But I got a lot of it. What the heck is this place? I'm trying to get to the... Oh, that's a fast travel station. I'm trying to complete this crawler to unlock a vehicle. The great work, ancient crawler. How do I get up there? I might be going the wrong way. There's a bridge. Okay, I see. I see it. I see it. This is not going to work. Oh, I could have just went that way. Yeah, I think I can get up from over there. We're Return to Belton's Boar. I think I can just... Yeah, that should work. There's the rift. Okay, cool. All right. I'm just going to throw a fish into the rift. You just have to make sure I don't leave the rift. If I leave the rift, I'm screwed. Fuck. I need somebody to kill. I don't have ammo. No! Fuck! God. He knocked me out of the rift. Damn it. I'm so pissed. Now I can't do that again. He was almost dead. So there's no way to reset that? Out of here, dude. That's so dumb, man. If you go out of the rift, it makes the boss disappear. Ah. Stop chasing me. Respawned on the boss. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. These guns aren't gonna be here anymore, are they?
There's a lot of annoying things about this game.
I was just assessing the extent of the threat. Turns out, pretty threatening.
I feel like if I die and respawn, the rift should be back or something, but...
Someone's gotta shut these order bastards down.
Oh, guns are gone. Ah, he threw a grenade at me. I forget how to open these. Oh my god. It's not hitting it.
See that? That's a little thing called marksmanship. Like in the Dreadedconservative style.
Ah, fish. Maybe my fish doesn't hurt me. See, I just reloaded. Although this gun was gonna blow me up. What time is it? 12:49. I'm about to go to bed here. In a little bit. Well, that was pointless. I'm gonna save you. Whoo, that did some damage, boy! Ah!
All that chrome and for what?
Toilet? A random toilet? This music is very intense.
collectible located in the borderlands of Kairos. But I have to take it to a save house. And then I just threw it off the free the thing. There's no save house near here. Complete this crawler to unlock a vehicle cosmetic. Ransack these abandoned crawlers for valuable tech. I think so. Okay, so this is that thing. Okay.
Let's take pizza. No use hiding now. Hold your infantry spotted. Stay on guard.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Back off, buddy. Give me this stuff. I don't want to lose it. I don't know why I'm picking up greens.
Almost didn't see you there.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Back off, back off, back off. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. I'm on fire. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. Come here, come here. Where is he? Ah! Damn it. I'm gonna get the vehicle skin from this crawler and then I'm done.
Rapid redeployment. That's the TTR way.
Where is it? Is it that thing? No. It's up there. I think the only way you can get up to it is by going up the way I did last time. I'm gonna try a different way. I forget how you open those. You plug a thing into these. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only way up is by going around this way.
There's a grapple spot somewhere. Nope. You gotta fly across. I'm out of space. Drop. 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 I don't know how the heck I'm out of... Oh, it's because of all this stuff. Have any other whites? What was that explosion? So, this canister, do I stick this in the truck to open it? Or is this the thing that I have to take back to my... Okay, remember that that's there.
Order contact. Going loud.
These are like ice fish. I did not want to pick that up. Oh, good. The blues are still here. I can't walk into that. Give me a grapple spot. Give me a way up.
Sorry, you had a little schmutz there.
There's gotta be a way. Am I supposed to jump on that? What's over there? You can't jump to that. What the heck? You can't. You cannot jump up to that. There's no way. Yes, you can. canister up here. I gotta get that canister up to here. Damn it. Is it still gonna be where I threw it? Or is it gonna be back over here? It's back over here. What's this? Okay, somehow I've got to get this up to there. But I don't know if you can climb when you got something in your hands. We're about to find out. Wait, did he drop it? Hold on. I don't know where that landed, but hopefully it's in a good spot. Oh, I think it landed right where I needed it to land. How did I do this last time? Try something. Nope. If I get up on here. Yep. No, don't fall off. Ah. Okay. Where'd it go? Where'd the thing go? It's back over there. What is it on a timer? Go. Ooh, barely. Okay, let me think. I wonder. Took too long? Wonder if I can get up there and jump all the way across. I might be able to. Nope, that's not gonna work. Let me see over here. Man. What's the timer like? Whoa. What's going on? Why is there a monster? So it's how long that it's out of my... It's how long it's out of my hand, right? As long as it's in my hand, it's okay. How am I going to do this? L3, R3. Okay, if this is a bad throw, I need to grab it back with R3. Stop, stop. Okay, I don't want to throw it all the way up there. I just want to throw it to that platform. Why is it going so far? I don't want to throw it all the way up there. I just want to throw it right up onto the ledge. What if I throw it like straight up? There we go. Okay. No. Pick it up. Okay. Now I just want to throw it right onto that ledge. I don't think this is going to work. Or maybe I can jump with it in my hand. I don't know if I can climb with it in my hand. Let me try something. I'm going to try to jump up. No, 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 no. Where are you going? Ooh, you need to calm down now. This jump sucks. Why do you throw it so hard? Throw it gently. Just gently toss it, dude. You don't have to throw it so dang hard. That was probably actually good, actually. Stop. Thank you. That worked perfectly. And now, I don't think I can get up there with this in my hand. Come on, come on. Climb. Climb, bitch. Okay. I don't know how to do this. Why can't he get up there, dude? Okay, I'm going to look down. And I'm going to jump, and I'm going to throw it straight at the ground. There we go. Got it. Let's go. Holy crap. That was a mission. That's harder than the boss fight. All that for a vehicle paint job? That better be a dang cool paint job. That better be an ice cream paint job.
Is that it? Or is that it? That's pretty cool. Is this the one I just got? I don't think it's that cool. It almost looks like Kami. I see like sickles and hammers and red and yellow in this. I don't know. I like this one, but I don't even know which one I just got. Which one did I just get? Is this the one I just got? I don't think it's that cool. I don't know if that was worth it. This one's pretty neat, though. Weapon customization, weapon skins. Oh, wait. What is this? Currently equipped. Don't you see a little bit of like communism in this? That looks sick. Anyway. That's kind of neat. Ah, that's sick. And it gave me 40 SDU points. Should I keep saving them? Lost loot. Plus 3 items recovered. I don't even know what this means. What is a lost loot machine? Plus 200 pistol ammo. I have 50. It's 120 for a new backpack slot. I got a lot of backpack slots. I don't really use pistols that much. Shotgun ammo. Let's get that. What? That's kind of sick. Oh, that's real cool. Gay. Gay. You white. Vault cards. 10. I have 19.
How come you can't do these things for an assault rifle? I need a new assault rifle. I need a new sniper rifle too. These are new hover drives. What do I currently have? This is way better. This is pretty good too, but cosmetic. Currently equipped torque. It's not a cosmetic. It's not applying it. What the heck? It's not a cosmetic. It's not applying it. I don't know what's happening. It's saying cosmetic applied. None of them are. I don't know. It's not applying it. It says cosmetic applied, but we're not on cosmetics. I want new attachments for this guy. This birthday hat is stupid. That's where you can claim what you missed in missions. The lost item recovery thing, you mean? Okay, I got new stuff. I know that. What was the legendary that I picked up? Was it this? Instead of the fish? Banglock augment homes in on nearby enemies. Fortified position. Exciting grenade has 25%. 8, 685, 658, 455. Swordfish deals melee damage on detonation. Guess we'll try this out for a bit. Another paint job. Ice cream paint job. Ice cream paint job. Backpack is full. This is better. Minus 393 healing. 556 healing. 393 healing. On use spawns a radiation splat. No, those aren't better. That doesn't help me. This is better than what I have. Energy shield regeneration rate. 24 compared to a legendary 23. Plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. Plus 3 plus 1 plus 1. Energy shield and submachine gun damage. I don't think any of these are better. Ooh, what is this? On kill, 50% chance to spawn an ammo booster that instantly refills your gun. Absorb, when equipped, grants 15% to absorb bullets, adding them to your ammo count. Scavenger, on armor segment filled, refills up to 20% of guns magazine. 28 movement speed. 1403, 157. 763. Plus 15% ice resist. Seems like this is better, but it's not that much better. Torrential hazard. Oh, we haven't tried that. Wait. 2629 3007. Enhancement. Rampant fast-handed hot. Assault rifle splash radius, gun status, effect chance, gun reload speed, synthesizer, guns with melee one parts, guns with ripper, 30%, gun damage, gun fire rate, assault rifle status effect, assault rifle splash, gun status effect, gun reload speed. Assault rifle splash damage, gun status effect, assault rifle status damage, gun status effect, gun reload speed, sniper rifle status effect, accelerator guns with little licensed parts, Maliwan, Ripper 1414, 44. What is splash radius? Is that when you throw it and it blows up? I fangirled so much, so I'm getting ignored. What's up, Grump? 2990 3007. I don't know which one of these is better. This is pretty good, but I feel like gun damage and gun fire rate is better than reload speed. Gun status effect. But this seems, but then Maliwan, I don't have any Maliwan guns. I do have a Ripper. So I'll probably just hold on to that and get rid of this one. And then here, so this total healing is 556. It's the highest of all of these. $407 instant or 362 plus 195 over 8 seconds. That one's better. This is 463 instant. Plus Go-Go Gadget on use grants ordnance cooldown rate by 50% for 6 seconds. So I could throw a grenade faster. And then this is reusable in 18 seconds. This is reusable in 25 seconds. So you get 556 every 25 seconds with this. And you get the corrosive node on use heals nearby allies. And it heals allies. This one's pretty good, but I think this one's actually better. 463 every 18 seconds. And ordnance cooldown rate means I can throw grenades faster. This I'm going to sell. Wait, 1106, 1132. 95 healing plus 95 over 6 seconds. It refreshes every 10 seconds. Tank on use reduces damage taken by 50% for 6 seconds, and you can use it every 10 seconds. That's pretty good. What's this one? 360 total. 460 total. I think we sell all these except for this one. I might switch back to this one. This one's pretty good. And then guns. I don't think I'm going to figure out guns right now. a good chunk of guns to go through here. Sniper rifle. Do I have a new sniper rifle yet? There's a green sniper. I'd like to get a better assault rifle that doesn't explode when I throw it. I also don't like this sniper rifle. I don't have any sniper rifles in here except for this one. 362, 437. 362. Multi-loader secondary fire consumes assault rifle ammo. 14,000. Okay, that's trash. Assault rifle, 363. 492. This is way better. Alt fire, motile bipod. Enabling the bipod increases accuracy without decreasing movement speed. Jacob's license, accessory critic hits where ricochet projectiles do. This is way better. Oh yeah, this is way better. This we can sell. This is pretty good, but sell it. Whoa, what is this? This is a Vladoff 11996, 11. .498 DPS, 77% accuracy, 80%. Torque license, sticky magazine, fire sticky gyro jets that explode on reload. No, I don't like those. Can increase explosion damage. No. Critical hit ricochets projectiles. No. Assault rifle 404 with legs. Nah. Okay. Shoddy. I don't think I'm going to beat my legendary shotgun for a while. That's not going to do it. A lot of pistols. Holy crap. Shotgun, 24, higher DPS. I like this shotgun that I have, except for when it explodes in my face. Pause. And the submachine gun sucks. What is this, an electric submachine gun? Connection lost. Your connection to online service was lost. Oh, we'll sell this shotgun. Hold on. 405, 428. Explode on impact. 312. Sell this, I get a lot of money. I don't think I want this. Okay. Submachine gun. 343, level 22. 417 level. Let me try out this assault rifle first. Oh, wrong button. Oh. Yeah, this is way better. Let's see if it explodes when it runs out of ammo. No. Hallelujah. Okay, cool. This is a good pick for assault rifle. Now, submachine gun. 343, 75 damage, 79 accuracy.
What is this shotgun? Ooh, I'm going to hold on to that. Okay. Submachine gun, 417. 343. Are you making a build? Does the character favor a particular build? Not yet. I'll worry about that once we go to like hard mode. Once I beat the game. 417. This gun charges before full auto firing. I don't like guns that have to charge up. Plus, that has no elemental damage. Pistol, submachine gun, 304. Switch between radiation and shock elements. That's pretty cool. 304 compared to 343. I'll hold on to that. This I can sell. This I can sell. And then I think it's just pistols. And as far as the pistols go, 230, 387, 461. Fires gyrojets that explode on impact. Can sell that. I can sell this. 357, propelled forward and spawns grenades on impact. Spawns 4 grenades on impact. Merv Javelin thrown gun is propelled forward and spawns 4 grenades on impact. I don't like that. 357. What are we comparing it to? This? Fires gyrojets. Fires gyrojets that explode on impact. 461. This is worth more. This is worth the most. Consumes assault rifle ammo. I don't really use pistols that much. 481? Charge up to fire multiple rounds at once. So it's between this one, this one, this one. This is the highest DPS. I don't know which of these pistols is the best. What is this? Oh, that's a shotgun. Okay. All right. Well, everything's ready to be junked. I'm not going to go find a... I'm not going to go find a store. I need to go to bed. I almost just want to fast travel to... There was another quest over here. Yeah. Echolog. Point of interest. What is this? Claim silo to unlock fast travel. We can do that later. So I think I could just fast travel here. No? I can't fast travel here? Where's the nearest fast travel place?
Why is it not letting me fast travel nowhere? There's a save house there. It won't let me fast travel anywhere. Where can you fast travel to? Just... Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button? No. Oh, I haven't unlocked any fast travels on this part of the map. That's why. I need to unlock this safe house next time. Next time on Borderlands 4. What is this? What is this gun? Zane's Musician's Vending Machine. I can fast travel to this place. But no, I want to keep going the direction I'm going and get to this save house. Okay, so I haven't explored any part of this map. Dude, this freaking map is huge. I feel like I haven't explored anything. But I feel like I put a lot... Well, I guess I haven't put much time in. I've only played it for like 3 streams. So we still got a lot of game to go. All right. I'm going to head out. Where's that fast travel place? Okay. I'm going to head out, guys. Have to get used to fans. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know. Resident Evil's next week. So I'm going to end up getting Resident Evil before I finish this game. And then, but luckily, Resident Evil games are usually pretty short. I mean, if you want to go through on every difficulty and collect everything, it takes a while, but just beating it one run through won't take me long. But yeah, I'm going to, once I get this money gets into my account, I'm going to pre-order it this week. That way I can play it on release date. Dude, I'm tempted to take off work and play it at midnight on Thursday night. Well, Friday morning. As soon as it hits midnight on Thursday, when it becomes Friday, and just play like nonstop. I'm pretty excited for it. But anyway, I'm going to head out, guys. I got to go to bed. Where can I send you? Redirect. I'll take you to Jake Rattlesnake. All right. See you later, guys. Thanks for hanging out. God bless. Oh, this is Andrew debating this. Oh, my God. This lady, she said she's 143 IQ. Bull crap. There's no way she's over 110. I don't think she's over 100 IQ. Just by the way she talks. And she's yawning the whole time, which is so disrespectful to go on somebody's show and just yawn the whole time. It was so bad. Anyway, you guys go watch this. Thanks for hanging out. God bless. I'm out. Peace.